Check, check.
Good morning. There's a small announcement. Those who are giving the presentation, please give the material to the organizer. They are going to sequence it so that the presentation can be made properly. At that time, don't crowd it. It will be difficult to manage the time. Now itself, please give. There's a preview room is there. If you want to go there and you can upload there, it will automatically come here. There is a separate room arranged. But so far nobody has given. There will be a problem at that time. Please give now.
சிம்பொனியின் இந்த பாடல்கள் உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சிருக்கா? அழுத்தி பக்கத்தில் உள்ள
Check, check. Good morning, esteemed delegates, speakers, academic and industry leaders joining us from across India and around the world. On behalf of the International Project Management Association and PMA India, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome you to the IPMA Global Project Profession Forum 2026 here at the Radisson Blu Resort, Mahabalipuram. Before we formally begin the proceedings of the day, we invite you to witness a special invocation inspired by Ganesh Vandana, presented through a thematic dance performance by Team Sakyam. In Indian tradition, Lord Ganesha is revered as the embodiment of wisdom, knowledge, and auspicious beginnings. May this graceful offering set the tone for an inspiring and successful forum.
कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पद आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पद आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पद आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम्
Thanks to the performance for a serene and uplifting invocation. May I now invite Dr. A. Shivadhanupillai, President of IPA India, former CEO and Managing Director of BrahMos, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning. We are slightly delayed because of the inflow for the registration. So respected delegates, particularly we have got with us the President of IPMA, Mr. Bladen. IPMA stands for International Project Management Association. So he is there with us now. And on his behalf, we are conducting the professional forum, which normally it is done in Europe. First time we have come out of Europe and we are doing it in India. Mr. Vladimir, who is the Vice President and in charge of all these professional forum events. So he is there. We have with us the former presidents of IPMA, got Renard Wagner, Jesus, and Roberto. They are there with us, and there are so many foreign delegates who have come who are going to share their experience with us. And we have with us very important delegates from India, the CMD of Naval Lignite Corporation with his directors, the commandant of the CDM, College of Defense Management, and the former Lieutenant General Barar. All these important people are there, and also we have got some achievers from DRDO and directors, Vice Chancellors of Ramaya University, Vice Chancellor of SRM, the President of C.V. Raman University, all these important people who are part of the education system in India. They are all there. They want to absorb from the IPMA how they can inculcate project management in their system. So they are also there, and we have got many other delegates who have come here. The students who are also there, the industry captains, deans, professors, then the management committee members of the PMA, and the members of the IPMA, the board, executive board members, they're all there. So I'm indeed delighted to welcome all of you for this global project professional forum. It's a very important forum for IPMA and also for PMA India. There is a slight change in the program. So we expected that the program will start with the inaugural session by the minister. We have invited the IT Minister of Tamil Nadu as the chief guest, Mr. Palanivel Theyarajan. So he has got some program now with the chief minister, so he is going to come only at 2 o'clock. So we have rearranged our program. We'll start with important presentations which are there later that we have preponed to do it now. And there will be Vice Chancellor's delegation meeting. Then we have some of the presentations which we have planned for the afternoon, the AI session, and also the innovation that we want to do it before lunch. So after lunch, we are going to have the formal inauguration. So formal inauguration will start with the Tamil Thai Valthu, which is very important for any minister's presence. Then the Kuttuvalakku, the Velakku, that is a symbolic representation of, the divine presence. That will also be done with the availability of the minister. So that is what we have done now. So this change, please bear with us. It is unavoidable because ministers' programs are always like that. They will have certain instructions from the top, so they have to meet the requirement. So we will talk about the initial things about what is IPMA, what it is going to do, what we are going to discuss. These things will be presented. So I am requesting President IPMA, Mr. Mladen, to come to the dais and say a few words to start the proceedings. That will be followed by Vladimir, the Vice President, who is in charge of the event. He will explain what is the theme of this conference, conclave, and that will be followed by the proceedings of the presentations. Mladen, please come.
Good morning, everybody. Respected President of PMA, Dr. Pillai, respected guests. I am Mladen Vukomanovic, the President of IPMA, International Project Management Association, and it is my great honor to witness such a tremendous event. IPMA celebrates 60 years of its existence, and it was the first association in the world founded in Zurich in 1965 to witness the developments of the project profession. What we believe in IPMA is that project profession is not something for engineers or for IT experts or for military and defense. We believe that project management is currently the edge of how we develop our world. The forum, of course, is a place where we meet, we exchange our knowledge, experiences, and best practices, but this forum is marketed as a place for developing ideas on AI, on technological innovation, and what is foremost important, sustainability. Sustainability is something what you will hear throughout different workshops, lectures, keynotes. You will see that IPMA standards now bring a new face washed in sustainability. We believe that environment, social, governance, and economic aspects are important for projects. We do not believe that all projects should succeed. We believe that the projects which leave a better life, a better legacy for our future generations are the projects that should succeed. Therefore, IPMA has been for 60 years certifying excellence, competence in project management. We do not certify just people, we certify organizations and projects. And PMA India and Dr. Pillai is one of our strongest links. Just before this forum, we had an IPMA event in Saudi Arabia. Before it was Dubai. We went from Berlin, now heading on to South America into Colombia. So IPMA truly shows its global face. And now coming to India demonstrates the excellence of the project profession in India. By looking at the program, at the speakers, keynotes, workshops, but also looking at the sponsors and the partners of this great event, it gives me great joy to see how PMA India and IPMA in India develops and how project management becomes important. It is not just the professional development that we are supporting. IPMA starts from little ages, from little years. We go into elementary schools, we go into education, we go into university lives, and then follow the professionals throughout their academic career and professional development life. I can witness also that our certificates now in some states are becoming as a proof of competence. You can see quite a few countries now using our certificates as a proof of competence before giving the responsibility to people to use taxpayers' money and public money to deliver something. So therefore, this is what is needed. We need to understand that more than 40% of our GDP now goes through project work. When you look in defense industry, if you look in the entertainment industry, into IT and engineering, education, you will see that projects are everywhere. We all work in projects. When you look at how we are educated, how we get to our basic qualifications, you will find that our basic qualifications are not connected with project work. They are not connected with competencies such as leadership, value appreciation, motivation, strategy, power, interests, but also scheduling, cost management. It's really rare. We are basically educated in one direction, but need to work in a global society, in a global environment, and understand that the stakeholder expectations are something that needs to be built in every project, and the final success will be valued of how we have achieved these expectations from the major stakeholders. And it's not just the stakeholders, it's also the sustainability aspects. Today we witness many conflicts around the world. We witness geopolitical turmoils, we witness huge development overnight. This is why we need to understand that projects are multifaceted environments where everybody has a stake and everybody has a stake in the future legacy. So the projects that we deliver, the results, the output, the value that we need to leave behind our projects is something important for the world. And this is why IPMA, I can witness, is the unique and the sole body of project profession, not connected with any political or national standards or policies, and solely focused on sustainable development. You will hear from our keynotes the standards that we are developing. For 60 years, the sustainability performance indicators that we now ask from our project managers and companies. And you will find out how the next 60 years, I guess, will develop in project management based on the IPMA standards. Without further ado, I once again congratulate Dr. Pillai. He is a great leader in IPMA. We always have respected the great impact that he has been leaving to IPMA and still does. I congratulate all of you. Don't forget that the forum comes from the Latin word, something outside the room. Right? This is the forum, somewhere where we all discuss and exchange knowledge, exchange experiences. So one thing is to hear these insights, to hear and have some takeaways for the home, but the other thing is to network, to connect, and get more inspired when you come back to your jobs, back to your homes, and to spread the word of project management. Enjoy the day, celebrate this great festival, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balaton. Without further ado, we now move on to the theme speech. Representing the global leadership of IPMA, Mr. Vladimir Obradovich, Vice President, Finance and Operations, IPMA, is here with us to deliver the theme address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, project professionals, dear friends. I'm truly honored and it's my personal privilege and pleasure to be today here to have a chance to greet you in front of the International Project Management Association. As someone in charge of the events in this organization, I'm also more than pleased that we have such an amazing event here. Not that we had any doubts when we started agreeing on this event with Dr. Pillai, but what we can see and witness here today is a really remarkable moment, not only for IPMA, but also for the whole project community in India. India is moving rapidly at an amazing pace, really moving fast forward, like we like to say in IPMA. And with India Vision 2030, building large infrastructure projects, doing technological transformation, changing people's lives would be impossible without projects. There is one saying that says, you know, having a vision without implementation is the same thing like having hallucinations. So the implementation comes with projects. And like we can see here, creating a project-oriented India, it means that we will use projects as a vehicle to drive our visions into reality. But you know, project management is not only about scheduling and risks and budgets and pure execution. Because these things, they develop some things, they develop some outputs. But if you want to really have an impact on the society, we need to look for proper project leadership and leadership in general. Therefore, in the next days, today and tomorrow, we should integrate more, we should communicate, exchange, argue, debate, and try to build project profession, project future based on leadership, people competences, ethics, sustainable practices, all the things that we need to work together in order to make our societies better. As you can see from your program, we have really remarkable speakers here, and through combination of academics, government-related people, and practitioners. So combining this in one triple helix, how it's sometimes called, we really have opportunity to exchange, but also to move the profession forward. Tomorrow at the end of the conference, we will have also dedicated panel where we'll be discussing with former and present IPMA presidents on the future of project management, and it will be also a remarkable opportunity for all of us to engage and see how we can develop project management worldwide, but also in India. I would also like to say special thanks to the organizer of this event, Project Management Associates of India, who did a remarkable job, and specifically to Dr. Pillai. Without his leadership, this would not be possible. And so, before we start with proceed with speeches and keynote talks, I would just like to emphasize once more. So projects develop things, but project leadership develops and delivers impact and value for societies. I wish you a pleasant conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obradovich, for sharing your perspectives and your words of wisdom. Our next speaker brings decades of distinguished public service and policy leadership. Mr. Anil Razdan, patron of PMA India and former Secretary Power, Government of India, has significantly shaped infrastructure and energy governance in the country. May I request Mr. Anil Razdan to deliver the vision speech.
A very good morning, and I'd say in the theme of the area that we are in, Vanakkam to all of you. A bright, pleasant morning, and the program undergoing changes till the last moment, which in a way is a true reflection of how organizations have to function and adjust. There is both has to be micromanagement as well as macro management. And when we talk of vision, I mean, vision is near as well as distant. Activity to be covered may be small, may be big, but the importance of the smallest activity is as much as of the biggest activity, because it's all those multiple activities which make up what is the final entity. And the effort of this exercise and this professional forum is really to optimize and professionalize that management process so that investment, which at the end of the day is ultimately public investment, gets the optimal benefits out of the entire process. The workforce, which are like the various components of a machinery, have to be constantly attuned to the new needs of the situation. Many of us feel that probably project management is something which concerns only the very, very large projects which are multi-million-dollar or trillion-dollar investments. But I think project management begins in the smallest activity, in the smallest corner of any country, because ultimately it is investment, it is public money which is put there. Now, whether you're in the military, which represents the highest form of efficiency that is required, promptness, alertness to a situation, adjustment to change, and putting in your best. So I would say, all in all, efficiency, process integration, that has to be the mantra. Resources, work, time, cost, I would say data value management, and the value have to be a function of time. Now, in a small situation, which I think we can just relate to governance also, because that's an area that I worked in for almost 40 years of my professional life, basically in the energy sector. There was a thought way back in 1987, 88, in the Federalist Papers by James Madison, the fourth president of the United States of America. He said, in framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. So this, in a way, I think also sums up the various components, I think, of economic activity, project management, and the changing environment and situation, but the governing principles remain the same. At this moment, I mean, since I have been closely associated with the energy sector, we are today moving towards an energy revolution, and that's what I thought that I will share with you. Gone are the days when large thermal power plants, nuclear power plants alone would be controlling the entire landscape of energy. We are now increasingly dominated essentially by climate concerns, and I think by other concerns also, by micro production of energy, by wind, solar, hydro, and maybe other sources. Whichever can produce an electron, we go for that. And it is expected to account at least for 90% of new capacity additions across the world. It will present new challenges of management, integration, storage, metering, maintenance, revenue sharing, weather prediction, and skill upgradation of people in remotest parts of the countries. That is where I think the subject of project management comes to be extremely important. We thought that it is only to be taught when you enter the higher stages of management, but I think it has to become an integral part of education. Consumers will become prosumers now and will require skilling a vast diversified workforce integrating all forms of energy. I'm just taking one example that I am familiar with, so that there is seamless integration of multiple nodes of the various facets of information technology. And at the end of the day, I think an identity and accountability. Now, to get all this moving, you need a technique and you need to work in various facets of life from, as I said, from the macro level to the micro level, because it's only that machinery which delivers. And since public investment or public money is involved in all this, we have a new mantra, and that is transparency and public awareness of all that is going on. It is an increasing requirement. Those who try to hide information or hide efficiency are now going to be exposed to the global winds of information sharing, and I think that is the kind of modern manager that we require today. And I'm so pleased to see a very strong representation of the youth of this country and this region who've come here to participate with enthusiasm, because it is that new kind of a world order that we would all be looking forward to, where you are constantly going to be watched, monitored, and each person's little contribution will count. Thank you very much for assembling here, and I'm particularly grateful to our distinguished delegates who come from various parts of the world to be with us today and share their views over the next 2 days. We look forward to all of you coming. And I'll conclude by again thanking each one of you for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Razdan, for your insightful reflections on project management. To begin our intellectual journey, it is my privilege to invite a distinguished global leader in project management to enlighten us on strategic portfolio management for co-creating value and transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Reinhard Wagner, founder and CEO of Produktivisten GmbH and former president of IPM.
Namaste. I'm very glad to be here, back here to India from Germany, and I was asked to talk about portfolio management, which is at my heart of the project profession. Because see, I started my career in the 1980s. Germany was not reunified at this moment. I started my career in the military. We still had the Cold War going on. And then in the subsequent years, we had a lot of transformation, not only in the military, but also in the economy. Germany was growing as the third economic power in this world. But as of today, we see all these crises and all these threats, and India is growing and very certainly bypassing Germany, which is a very small country. And grow. But also, I believe that's also very relevant, that topic of portfolio management for you in India, because you're also under constant transformation and need to create value in the projects. So this is why it's important to talk about the topic of portfolio management. And I'm not speaking to this picture, but if I just point to the upper left one, you know what I'm talking about. Because we have multiple crises in this world, may it be economic, may it be military, or may it be societal challenges that we see. Not speaking about climate crisis, but also Germany is very much affected by floodings, sometimes droughts, and many other effects. And we as a project profession need to respond to that. So this is why it's very important to show that. I'm not seeing the slides. Maybe you can display the slides. But as you know, the president in the United States is a constant threat to our economies. And this is why I think it's very much important, not only from a project perspective. Now we see the pictures, okay. Okay. And this is why it's really important to talk about portfolio management. What is portfolio management? In my view, it's at the heart of what we do in a project-oriented organization or society, because we all have a vision which directs us into the future with our activities and all our expenditures, etc. And we do projects and programs in order to get things done. But at the end, we want to have a value created or an impact created in society. And this is why portfolio management sits in between the strategic ambition and, on the other hand, the results delivery. And this is why it's very important to have this kind of function, because it helps an organization really to adapt and to be very resilient. And to be sure, the project profession in the past, I would say 7 or 8 decades, just looked at project execution. We learned a lot about methodology and the project management processes and the magic triangle and all these things. But very frankly, we need to go beyond that. Because what is more important is that we deliver value through our projects and the programs. And value is, let's say, if we install an IT program, the efficiency, the gains that we see afterwards, after the installation, and not just the installation of an IT program or building a bridge, because there's a value delivery, which is more important than that. So now, what is project portfolio management? Basically, I would always say it's doing the right projects and doing them right. It means on the one hand side that we select and prioritize those initiatives that really create the value, that deliver the vision and the mission and our strategic objectives, and stop those activities that just spend money but do not deliver any value or do not pay into our strategy. But also we have limited resources, that may be financial resources or people or equipment or material or whatsoever. That's very important in Germany because we have very limited resources, especially if it comes to people. So it means we need to, let's say, exploit the resources we have to the maximum, to the optimum. And this is the function that we see in the project portfolio management more than in the individual project or program management. So I just highlight 2 of the bullets. It's the one, maximize the benefits in the portfolio of our projects and programs, but it's also to optimize the organizational capabilities. And this is why portfolio management sits between the strategic layer of an organization, where you develop all your strategy and adapt your strategy to the external threats and opportunities that you see, but also the project level of implementation of your strategy through initiatives and projects and other activities. And as we see it, project portfolio management is a permanent function. It means we are doing it on a continuous basis. And it should be also very much positioned on a strategic level. So it is very important that the senior executives of an organization take care of project portfolio management, because it's all about decision making. It's about the decision where to spend your resources, how to spend the resources and how to implement all your initiatives. And this is why also now project management comes to the strategic level, should be included in the development of your strategy. Because here in the strategy process, you develop your vision, your mission, strategic objectives. You look into scenarios, future potential scenarios that you are seeing, turning from, let's say, traditional energy provision into renewable. That's a very strategic change and transformation of your organization, and that has something to do with your expenditures in your projects. And also, all the strategic planning, budgeting, and the resource availability is planned, it's controlled, and it's organized through this project portfolio management. So, to use a metaphor, like in an orchestra, the conductor orchestrating all what's going on in your project portfolio. And I think I would phrase it like that. Project portfolio management is orchestrating the project-oriented organization. Now, and whether you do that in an agile organization or in a traditional setup, you always find that here in the SAFE framework, you also have a portfolio management function where you just translate your vision, your ambitions into projects. Now, I like, as an academic, also to look into models like this from David Thies. Because as organizations, not just in the German military, for example, but also with our big industrial leaders, we now need to transform. We need to see what's coming up in the next years. We need to sense opportunities such as AI or sustainable development. And we need to seize those opportunities. And that's exactly what project portfolio management is about, to decide in which initiatives we spend our money, wisely decide, select and prioritize activities, just focus on what's important. And this is our choice in the German economy. We have no other option and choice just to focus now in this turbulent world on those activities, projects and programs that are delivering value to our society and economic benefit. And this is why this dynamic capability model looks into the role of project portfolio management in translating those opportunities that we see in the market into capabilities to seize. And I will talk about AI in a minute. And this is what many of our senior executives do not understand what's going on in a company like Siemens or Audi or other big companies. Because now we are in a transformation. We are coming from the left, an organization where we have a lot of routine, stability, efficiency. So like I always say, German economy was like a good machine, an engine with a lot of oil, and it was running very smoothly. Everything was like German engineering, very fine. But that changed. Now we are changing towards an organization that needs to change every moment. That's our project world. And we feel that there's a lot of change, maybe too much change going on. So we are going more to the right side, which is an organization that's very different. Because we have constant change, we have to self-organize, our people have to be well educated, because the whole burden of that change is on the people, on their shoulders. Also the accountability for the results in these projects and so on. And they need to innovate. Every day is about innovation, because we as a small country in this global world, we have no other chance than to be well educated. This is why we invest a lot in education in Germany, no other chance. And we need to innovate because we always need to be ahead of all the other countries and also international competitors, because otherwise we are out of the game. And this is also why portfolio management now plays the role of balancing both sides, because we still will have the left side. The left side will always exist. It's manufacturing, it's routine activities, it's the efficiency world. But now we are complementing the left side with a strong right side. So we have two hearts in one organization, beating different rhythms or pace. So, and that's very important. So for the German military, for example, we have our traditional tasks and things to do. But now in Germany, we are talking a lot and implementing a lot of drones and AI warfare and many other things, which is on the right. So also German military, just as an example, has both sides to support. And this is why portfolio management plays a very important. So where sits portfolio management? Typically in PMOs, and you may know PMOs more on the left, which comes from just a support office for projects or programs in the last decades. But now PMOs are turning into a strategic value delivery partner or a support function. And this is why I think it's very important now to also reconsider and transform the PMOs that we have in our organizations to become more on the upper level. An enterprise PMO, let's say very strategic for the corporate, for the board members to decide on all the initiatives and activities, but also to have services like forward-looking, scenario building, and this kind of decision-making things. And I think this is very important to also reconsider the task of a PMO. Now, I'm not going into details of that due to the time limitations we have here. But the PMO also, and the portfolio management function, is very close to the governance function of an organization, what you see on the upper left here. And governance is very important because it sets the rule and the regulations and the frame for everything what we do in such a project-oriented organization. It's not just doing the monitoring and controlling of all the projects, but it's also setting the rules. It's helping the organization to develop organizational competence. And this is what we are assessing in our Ipma Delta. So it's about organizational competence. And the PMO is, let's say, the powerhouse of developing that competence by change and transformation. And that starts with a storyline. And I'm always, when I'm in big companies in Germany, always starting with a storyline. Why do we have to change? Because the change is around us. So we are in an environment that's always changing right now. Technology is changing. So there's no way that an organization and project management stays the same. So in my 40 years of my career, there's always change. And this is why I'm so happy about being project management, because I'm always learning. I'm always learning and evolving and developing. And for us in Germany, this one is the key thing now. Because I increasingly get from presidents or CEOs the question, now we invest in project management, but what's the return on investment? Can you give an answer to that in your organization? Sure, you all have project management. You are doing well in projects, okay? But does it really deliver a return? And this is for us a key question that we need to answer. Not only the head of project management or the PMO head, but it's for the organizational leadership to give an answer. Okay, now if we invest in project management like education or training or consulting, etc. If we have nice Primavera or MS project tools, is there a return on investment in these kind of project management stuff? And in the last years, I have increasingly worked on that question to make clear what are the investments. So what is the cost that we spend in project management, but what is the return? And it's very simple. It's often just the question, are we efficient? Are we increasing? Are we doing more projects with less resources? And that's, I think, the key question that you need to answer. So this is why I always say doing more with less. Now, AI helps us with that. I'm not doing now the big hype on AI, but I believe it will help us on that journey to help us with our strategic ambitions, because also in my country, we are an aging society. We have less and less qualified people working in that domain. And so AI is the right moment for us to leverage these kind of technologies. Now, in some companies, we are already talking about machine learning project management, which is quite automized. So project management is taken over by machines and robots and agents and whatever you call that. And it's moving towards the right, which is even more autonomous. But we are always saying there's always space for project leaders. And Vladimir rightly mentioned that. In German language, it's Projektleiter. It means a project leader. So we have to focus now on our leadership role and less on the management, because management tasks will be increasingly taken over by machines. And last year, we have done an Ipma Delta in the Middle East. And I was amazed to see an organization which has automated the project management already from the business planning through AI, through agentic AI, through all the schedules. Everything is automatically done, monitoring, controlling, and documentation, everything done by AI. It's a bit frightening to me, because I'm always asking the question, where are the people? And with the freedom of a project leader to act in that AI-driven world, but from a ROI perspective, from an efficiency perspective, etc., I think that's the future, and we need to deal with it, because without us, anyway, the world will change in that direction. So better be part of that change and not wait too long. My last slide, concluding. We are increasingly living in a project-oriented world, and also the slogan of PMI India is a project-oriented India. Germany is already very much project-oriented. I would say in some industries, more than 50% of the turnover is created through projects. So this is why we certify 10,000 of project managers. So because we need project leaders, we need people that know how to deal with projects. And right, it's not only in industry, it's in public sector, it's in civic sector, it's in schools. We're starting with project-based learning. So projects is for everyone, okay? We need to manage for results. And Peter Drucker, a German-speaking guy in the US, very famous, he already published that book in 1964. Okay? And that's a plea. We need to manage for results, because at the end, you are only successful if you deliver results, if you have impact value created, and taxpayers' money spent well. AI will help us. It will augment what we do as people. So at the end, I think AI will be another team member for our project teams. And we need to become good at crisis, because there will be always crisis. If it's coming from left, okay, next year it's coming from right, or from the north, or from the south, I don't know. I worked with the city of Cape Town on crisis management, and that's my last word here. And they had the first city resilience strategy, and it had a huge impact on the portfolio management. Because you need to prepare for the next crisis. You need to make your organization adaptable and resilient. And I hope that you got some insights. I think they will share the slides with you. Namaste. Thank you very much, and happy projects.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner, for sharing your experiences from Germany and your insights into AI and strategic portfolio transformation. To speak on implementing AI at scale in critical industries, I invite Mr. J.D. Patil, President of Indian National Academy of Engineering and former whole-time director and board member of Larsen & Toubro, to present on leading AI implementation programs in defense manufacturing.
Good morning. It's my proud privilege to be in talking in IPMA forum. This probably is my third time I'm speaking in IPMA forum, and been part of PMA India Managing Board, been almost at every conference for last about 10, 12 years. I spent about little less than 5 decades with the largest engineering company in India. And Dr. Wagner, we do about 90% of our revenues from projects. And this, on any given day, typically 2,000 plus projects is what this organization manages with about 50,000 people. So this is an organization that founded by two Danes, but founded as an Indian company. We manage ourselves, we own ourselves, and that's uniqueness of this corporate structure in this country. Dr. Pillai has been my guru and mentor. I know him for in excess of little more than 4 decades. And he said, you've done a lot of work in AI, and why don't you speak about it? And that's exactly where my journey in defense is exactly 4 decades. I started defense as a business, as a startup in a company, and that's something that grew. And what I'm going to be sharing is about 1.5 decades of work in a very quick time. I'm just going to flash through slides. I'm not going to say how it was done, and more of the outcomes is what I'll focus on. But at the same time, this is something which the most demanding industry in the world at the cutting edge of technology remains the defense. And that's exactly what one is talking about. So when we talk of anything relating to industrial revolutions, we are at Industry 4.0 and soon and almost in the transition to be moving to 5. I don't need to tell learned delegates here of how it actually evolved over those hundreds of years. Now we see Industry 4.0. Before it's fully adopted by masses, we are already talking of 5 and then would be talking of 6. So what we are really talking of smart, integrated, connected systems. Anything in life that we talk of today, you can actually put it because of the compute and connectivity as cyber physical systems. Any industry, take it any command center of any city, take it any industry, individual machines, individual robotization, to all kind of infrastructure mega programs. We are all talking of cyber physical system. They are all connected. They take instructions one from another. Now, when we talk of defense, what all one can do with this extremely powerful technology in terms of defense is not just about contextually talking of AI, but about mobility, about smart surveillance, about combat, about different kind of hazard zones, how to keep yourself safe, using data, using intelligence, and using varieties of techniques to decide how do you actually deal with. That brings to swarms, that brings to autonomous navigation and things like that. Now, this is essentially where you can put your people out of harm. And if we notice what has started happening at wars, currently few are right in the midst of what is happening in the world. All wars we deal with, including Op Sindoor, was not fought by people. It's fought at long distances, so standoff, autonomous, and extremely efficient. And an example of that extreme efficiency is nearly 800 drone attacks happened during that 4 days. Not one penetrated into India. And this is something which was not known of India, but India today in air defense has emerged as a global leader because those 4 days of war actually showed what AI has been able to do for India and what exactly this technology is all about. So essentially, when we talk of AI, it's about traditional defense deployment used to be slow, AI ML, complete shift in what we do, and of course, revolutionizing extremely the aspects of life and profound social impact which it is creating. Obviously, the first example I would like to talk of is complete weapon systems turning into AI-driven, which is all kind of autonomous systems in all 4 domains. Rather, I would add the 5th domain, underwater, water, land, as well as in air, and soon going to be space. We already have seen the mating of 2 different satellites up in the space, and that's essentially where enormous amount of nascent learning that gets utilized, because controls, when you're trying to reach the space, itself is going to take seconds, and that communication at those distances will take time, and that time is too long for decision making to happen, and that's where the AI takes over. So we are minimizing, through this technology is used, the risk of any failure, risk of human operators, unprecedented kind of precision and speed, and that's essentially where a huge portfolio that we built out of complete unmanned systems in all these domains that I talked about, 4 domains physically products delivered, and the 5th domain right now happening. This slide essentially only talks of, can we not have that noise, please? We talking of the space-related complete things, and soon during this year, we shall have the first of those industry launch, which is going to be taking place right in India. In underwater scenario, we built about half a dozen products, and that's right from 100 meter to 6,000 meters of water depth for varieties of uses. And the use I'm not going to be touching about, because once you have the basic platforms and the basic technology in, usage is a matter of imagination. In days, one can build a new application around. So what I flashed through was just a video of one of those kind of products, essentially going to be in a position to navigate what we would do in case of any terrorist situation, any internal fighting situation. And there's again a series of products in those kind of domains. How to, when we are a baby, climbing a step is the first thing we learn. We don't know how to get down to the ground. Climbing down is the most difficult. Today, the robots that are doing climbing up and climbing down, and that's essentially where you start noticing what all robots can do, and this native intelligence or artificial intelligence one can create in it essentially will make all the difference. Predictive maintenance has started becoming extremely important mega projects, and mega projects by which I mean submarines, warships, and full-fledged battle tanks. These are complete system of systems, are called platforms, with nothing less than a couple of million parts and components. Now, if any one of them is getting into distress, sooner or later, that entire ship may actually get stopped. I mean, you can't operate simply because of a failure. So today, these are things which actually have happened. I'm not talking of anything which is utopian, can be done in future and things like Coast Guard vessels that we design and build, naval ships that we design and build, and of course the tank-based artillery. General Brar I'll talk about little later in some of my next slides. But some of these today actually getting monitored in terms of their ability. And this slide explains as to why. When you have a small fault or a failure which is expected to be happening at a later point in time, what all it will happen over that fault gradually growing, and what does it do to the cost of repair or the possibility of call it unexpected failure in the earlier domain, and the shift is only moving to the left rather than failure having happened and then you run around, then you don't have the parts, you take much longer. To preventive maintenance, which almost every industry today adopts, from preventive to predictive maintenance, and then you are ready months ahead of that problem happening. You actually prepared, ready for it to be just swapped in a matter of day or two. Now, this is about the full-fledged warship. How exactly one would do using the integrated platform management systems to be able to keep picking up data of those thousands of machines actually running onto a warship. And then you are able to integrate, put it through an extremely efficient AI/ML usage, and then able to track autonomously what exactly is happening. These are actual pictures of what happens on a warship in terms of monitoring into the small control rooms that are set up for those purposes. That's on a frigate. Again, varieties of data from different machines. The IPMS is typically a data bus highway which you create inside a warship, and multiple of those data buses deal with, so you no longer run cables from each machine to a machine. You actually put data, hook onto a data, where is the nearest location on that data highway, and plug that data wherever you need, and then do the analytics. Here's an army example on a battle tank. Again, different types of sensors embedded, and you are able to predict what is going to be happening. And these technologies, as a result, have extremely been efficiently used in changing environment. India used to have all our battle tanks typically designed for desert fighting. Now, when suddenly 5 years back we needed that all these need to be taken to the up north, and then change of environment, what it would actually mean, changing environment, you're able to simulate because you have data. And that's exactly what an AI tool can do and has actually been able to use. We have been actually able to use it. So basic benefits, again, I don't need to turn to a learned audience to be able to tell what all it can do. It's again just a matter of few points I put onto the slide, but more and more as you actually can imagine about the end users. Anywhere in the country, now the slide is all talking about connectivity, anywhere in the country you are, you can have the data, provided you have the secure links and you can do the analysis wherever it is needed. Whether we are talking, of course, in case of military, the security becomes extremely important. But when it comes to machines, I can tell you, Larsen to Bros, at least 25,000 machines that work at about 1,500 of our projects. Every data you can sit in your office and watch. And this data is not only available to the senior management, it's available to every project manager to be able to now improve the efficiency of usage of each of that machine. And the actual results that you would get is enormously beneficial, because this is an era where you now know my machine, if I believe machine is being used for 18 hours, you actually know it worked only for 9 hours. Rest of it was idling time. How do you minimize that idling time? And at that point in time, you start innovating right the moment the data is visible. So it's in a way showing a mirror to a project manager the moment you have some of these technologies implemented. Video-based analytics, I can have a complete session just on video-based analytics. And video-based analytics we did across in 30 cities of India when we started converting cities into smart cities. There's no limit to what you can do. You can do mask, we began just before the COVID, whether people are wearing masks, whether people are actually having fever, whether people are, and this is all from remote sensing. Now, some of those things in terms of normal traffic management and all is quite routinely known, But what is not known comes in some of the next slides. The density of traffic or density of people gatherings in India is unprecedented. It's nowhere in the whole world you can find 1/100th or 1/10th of that kind of density. To deal with it, you need India-specific models for this AI, and that's exactly what I'll talk about. So essentially, if we are going to be talking of manufacturing, we are going to talk of some of these basic technologies, primarily talking of digital transformation, the different enablers, different kind of cognitive or for that matter, Internet of Things and RFID technologies, right up to going to advanced robotics, big data analytics, AI, ML, connectivity through mobile. That's essentially where the AR, VR, the artificial intelligence and varieties of things start coming in, primarily for the purpose of minimizing waste, minimizing emission, minimizing rework, optimization of operations, energy efficiency, scale up of productivity. And that's when we start talking about manufacturing, right from basic AI ML to neural networks, to deep learning, to NLCs, to cognitive kind of compute, and of course the computer vision, and then the analytics running on that. A beautiful example, typically any government projects, and since we are talking about public money, bulk of Larsen & Toubro what it does, and India is today one of the largest spenders of infra. Every government tender will run into few thousands or sometimes tens of thousands of pages. Now, how do you read that? And you're making sure that you haven't missed out some key few lines. And that's essentially where the NLC comes in. It only now summarizes what all out of your past you have been accepting and doing. You don't bother about it. Anything that is new, any change, only that you highlight. Those new conditions, new specifications, you focus. Now those 10,000 pages have become 10 pages for you. Focus on that. Your job is done in 2 days. Same technology in terms of engineering drawings. This is essentially about legacy and the digitized world. A bridge between legacy to digitized world is the old drawings. The design is no longer in 3 dimensions. If it is not, you actually pick up data out of that same drawing, scan the drawing, same NLC technology, actually gives you the tolerances which you directly use. This is where I was talking about General Brar. General Brar, Larsen & Toubro, DRDO, all three decided to come together. And we created a global record, a new battle tank from first fundamental concept, which belonged to this general, a concept to physical delivery in 18 months. This has happened in India. Now, worldwide, the next parallel would be 1 decade. The design had to evolve over 7 major configuration changes, all within that period. Then the design, then the detailed engineering, then the procurement of what you are procuring, then your manufacturing, procurement, integration, testing, all of it in that kind of a period. This is unthinkable in a normal project management environment, but you actually have an amazing example. What you see is the 3D models, from 3D models to a real tank, all in one slide. Next slide talks of during integration to actual track trials, and of course, I haven't included what it did at the ranges. This is a tank which has been known to have fired multiple rounds through the same hole which the first round made. So in terms of performance, this has created history in terms of how a tank battle can be fought. But the collaboration of the customer, the research arm, and an industry partner is a shining story what technology can actually do when people come together. What I'm going to just completely rush through are some of those things on the warships and submarines, which is a very large portfolio that we run. Because in this case, you are able to produce at such an efficiency from straight away designer's machine, from the design server, you start cutting metal. and there's no intermediary, there's no drawing, there's zero drawing. Any of those 8 defense factories of Larsen & Toubro, there's zero drawing. There's no paperwork anywhere. Including inspection data, everything is online, automated. And I'll be showing the basic technologies that have been as a result developed and that has been used. So from robotic stations, what you see on this slide is a 17-axis robotic station. I'm avoiding showing you the videos. They are embedded in that, but then that will take time, and then I'll not be able to do justice to the time. From different types of these stations, you are able to maneuver and manipulate in multiple axes of huge tank chassis. You can manipulate the way you want so that your welding now becomes the most efficient position, which is 1G. Vertically down, gravity, minimize the amount of weld metal being put in, minimize the edge preparation. Any thickness up to 25 millimeters, do square butt. Square butt, 25 millimeters, nobody in the world does, but we are able to do. And you monitor each and every that welding, and the technologies for that monitoring I'll be talking about. So when you are dealing with extreme high level of automation, you now start measuring yourself with respect to the global standard. Somebody is able to do 75% of automation. We are able to do 96%. Now what it means is only where the 3-axis joint comes in, that last 25 millimeter, which a robo cannot do physically because of the reach. It's like using a large tool versus a micro tool. You can't go to that last 1 millimeter, and that's essentially where the manual welding takes over. So what one is really dealing with today is use of that technology, use of the same design server. Once you define a path on the design server, execute it directly on the shop floor, and that complete connectivity is essentially where you created a cyber physical system, and that's where the entire data that is being captured, now the data and the AI riding on that data is what I'll talk about. Same thing happens on the complete platforms, whether we talk of a battle tank or a warship. So basic stages of a warship or a submarine or a battle tank, basic 3D modeling through layouts, through approvals, through 3D, and of course the full-fledged system. Vertically up welding, completely automated, and the entire data that you are seeing you put it through the AI/ML to the purpose of taking out where there could be a possibility of a defect. What you do during the first build of a ship, you can also do during the refit of a ship. So you can turn out the refit of ships much, much faster, much more efficient. And what you see here is happening right in this city, in Chennai, exactly the same distance of the Chennai city on the northern side. One can go see all this is physically happening there. What I was talking about, all this welding which happens on the major platforms, you start monitoring the current and voltage. Any blip on the current or a voltage means a defect. Now, what blip, how much you call as a blip, is a matter of knowledge, and that's essentially where you start dealing with knowledge to be able to decide, not a physical inspection. Typically, a military user will say 100% radiography. 100% radiography, you don't even know the radiograph somebody can read properly or not. Use technology. You know 1% to be checked, 0.3%, 0.2%. We now talk of not PP, 1,000 or 10,000, 1 in 1,000. We talk of 1 in a lakh kind of chance. If you have a data engine to be analyzed, extremely little that needs to be done by a man, and that's where efficiency starts coming in. Same radiographs, whatever those critical areas, thereafter, you again put through an AI engine to be able to decide, because this is so high-skilled a job, one high-level radiographer will not be able to see beyond certain number of physical radiographs, and the job has to keep waiting. And this is where just scan the radiograph and you are able to now use a machine to do that. The man's output becomes 10, 20 times. And that's where you gain speed. Radiography testing, again, one slide continuing, essentially from input to an output. And now you start the machine deciding where the flaw is. Thin section tracking, weld gap relates to the voltage and current. Now you need to make sure it's not the weld gap which is creating it. So you do a 2D tracking, you do a 3D tracking, and the next thing is about the thick seams. So where you have hundreds of passes, when you're welding 300, when you're welding 500 millimeter thick welds, or even for that matter, typical warship and submarine scenario, 80, 70, 100 mm thickness, the multiple passes. Each pass means now, and the pass is not uniform. So you need an AI engine to be able to decide to monitor and keep that weld gap identical all through, which minimizes the entirety of your welding quality. Use of GPS in a workshop. The differential GPS today has done away with complete inspection of dimensions. When you are dealing with warships, submarines, or large structure, for that matter an aircraft wing, you create a differential GPS environment within, and anything below 0.1 millimeter, you need not measure. You above 0.1 millimeter, you are good enough. So on the external surfaces, this is an extremely efficient technology. Data directly available to you, the cameras or the GPS system actually gives you an output. You compare with respect to the original design, and your job is done. On-site customer inspection. Customer sits hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers away. Typically, what happens in India, multiple inspection wings of armed forces get involved, and that's essentially what is happening directly on the shop. Now, like you use a server to manufacture, you also take the manufacturing data out. Visibility to a customer is building trust, and that trust starts coming in. Your inspection cycles start falling. Typically, for a tank, a 3-week to 4-week cycle becomes 2 days, which has happened right in our workshops. So digital inspection and automation I was talking about. Original drawing if you have, and if you have a scan of actual produce, if a component is not as large which can use with a differential GPS, yes, scan the component. You know all the errors at one single level. Same thing that you can do with a differential GPS. Want to get into better accuracy, go on to laser. And the laser would do the same job by obviously hidden what the object is being measured, but same thing a laser can do. The same laser data that you picked up while welding is still going on, the weld will start distorting, the job will start distorting. When you have large panels and sections, they'll distort. You're monitoring the distortion online. The next pass where you should take, what should be the location, is what the system now tells the welder, don't weld here, weld at another location, distortion will get minimized. So entire efficiency of manufacturing that we talk of is dramatically getting changed. Digital twin. Connected to the warships or let's say the submarines, when you're monitoring the purpose of defect and preventive or predictive maintenance, a digital twin becomes another aspect of it. You start using the real data, run it at remote location on a digital twin, and you know what to be ready with when the warship comes back, because the data directly from a warship with a secure connectivity is available for it to be run. So more learned people at shore can make decisions and be ready when the ship actually returns for the purpose of doing the work. Similar examples, but now completely used in a different environment. The same digital twin of machines is known, but digital twin of a workshop is not known. If I have extremely large job like a full submarine being built, how exactly I am going to be sequencing the submarine manufacture? If you run millions of cases of that, you know how exactly to schedule what and when. And in real life, like the crisis will always strike, Murphy will always work, something will not go right. And at that point in time, you know what to do next. Even if some activity you have to defer by a few months, you now do something else and you actually save time. because the sequencing will completely now become unique, and that unique sequencing, the technology now shows through a digital twin of a workshop in terms of how to adapt and go ahead to things. Augmented reality is all about when you are fitting out what is not fitted out yet, but supposed to come if you are able to project. What you see in green doesn't exist. A man is fitting out something which exists. He sees what is existing, he thinks there's a lot of space. But he doesn't realize that at a later date, somebody else will have a problem in fitting out the other machine. Now you are able to simulate through, call it a laser show, inside a closed environment, and use of this technology is extremely becoming efficient to manage your time and manage efficiency. This is another example of the laser technology with AI actually predicting distortions to be able to correct much ahead of time what we otherwise would have done. 100% digitalization from a hull form design to manufacture. I talked of from a design server, you run your machines, every phase of, because multiple designers will concurrently be working. You can think of 200, 300 engineers doing the same job on some different part, and a machine at the back will actually start predicting as to when one is walking into somebody's environment and those interferences will get created. You predict those interferences ahead, tell the guy you need to reroute. Now you need to then have hierarchy of who is having the first access or the first right, and then discipline about doing things, which makes it 100% right first time. And that saves enormous amount of time. Now the amount of shipbuilding that one does, everything you can prefit. 80% of a warship can be prefitted. What actually the world knows is prefitting a ship after a hull is launched, and you now start seeing a change. What you see is a 3D model through the design servers, manufacturing, and a real job with a crane lifted. You now compare where is your accuracy. Scan it, or laser, or differential GPS, and you know how accurate it is. Data is all over. When data is all over, you need to now start making sense out of that data. What all we have done at L&T, one single snapshot, multiple technologies, again, your ability to think what you can do, start making all the difference. In smart cities, this applications, since it's now connected to the security, same homeland aspect, you now start using it for different purposes. Anything from mobility management, traffic enforcement, traffic management, to this is one of the favorite slides. This density of people you don't find anywhere in the world. Prayagraj Kumbh had in 45 days 660 million people going in for a holy dip. How do you manage 660 million people in 45 days? And this is all done by video analytics. That's why I talked of those one slide full of small icons of video analytics, what it can do. It's and there's no AI engine in the world which can actually measure density of these number of people in a one frame. Anywhere in the world we found in 5 meter by 5 meter, you may have 10 people, 20 people. In 5 meter by 5 meter in India, we'll find 1,000 people. And that's essentially where to identify these 1,000 to be individual bodies makes AI of a different class and different kind. And this is essentially where one is required to be very, very innovative. And a whole lot of this today is happening right in this country, and one is proud that we're being part of that journey. Leveraging, going ahead for Viksit Bharat, I always keep talking, Viksit Bharat is all about youth, and all this youth is all about the bright faces, bright future, and we all can only add and help them, empower them, make them being better and better. And of course, while I am on the subject, Dr. Pillai asked me to talk 1 minute on this. I'm currently a president of Indian National Academy of Engineering. This is a body of the most achieved engineers in the country. 133 of us were the fellows of this institution. And this institution was launched by the Indian Prime Minister, considered to be that strategic and important to the nation. This body is already doing enormous amount of work in AI. In the World Forum, which is called Council of Academies in the world, there are 34 engineering academies in the world. We are one of that 34, but we are the third largest. In India, being the large population in India, we lead for last 3 years the AI in education. There's a forum on AI in education which India leads. How exactly to use AI to take the engineering education forward, because any professor is dated. When we're talking of, if he doesn't brush himself, not semester by semester, every week he's dated. And that's essentially where INA is doing lots of those things. The KITS, which is what the Council of Academies is called, we chair that session. We have joint initiatives with DST. There's first time in India something very interesting, which we call as Center of Engineering Education Excellence. We teach the teachers who would teach millions of students. So we decided that it's not possible to reach 1.6 million engineers is what this country produces. So you can't reach 1.6 million engineers. What you can reach is those few 100,000 engineers, take them 1,000, 2,000 every year, bring them up to the latest what is happening on technology. And that's one of those major initiatives. And that's my last slide. Man who initiated a whole lot of us into high technology was Kalam. And Kalam's statement was strength respects strength and not weakness. Strength means military might, economic prosperity, and both have to go hand in hand. I think what India is really doing is living up to the dream of that man, and that's essentially, that's the India of today and in coming times. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. Mr. Patil and Dr. Vanya, please accept a small token of appreciation from us. We request you to come to the dais.
So we had two very innovative keynote addresses. You know, it was fantastic speech by Dr. Wagner and excellent speech by Mr. Patil, Jayant Patil. They took some more time than what we allotted to them, but you had a lot of patience to listen. But it's very interesting. The INAE is doing a very good job. He is the president of INAE, the Indian National Academy of Engineers. So we are very proud of what has been achieved by the two great people who have given the keynote speeches. May I now request Chairman Naval Lignite Corporation to come and give a present to Dr. Wagner, because they are very close to each other, so I thought it should be given by him, a memento. See, you heard a lot of things about defense now, so I will call upon a defense commandant, the defense management. Please come to the dais and give their presence. Major General Sandeep. We have another veteran, General Brar. Can you please come to the dais, General Brar? Lieutenant General Brar. You have seen wars, number of wars. So we'll have a break for tea because we have exceeded our time. We'll have just a 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes break. Then we will assemble in two halls, Hall 1 and Hall 2. There are two lectures to be given now before lunch. Yes. It will be leadership forum. Mike. Hello. I would like to tell you that we have got different stalls there. Nearly 20 stalls are there around. And all the important sponsors have put their stalls there. So we are now just, when we go out, we will inaugurate the stalls also so that we will be able to see the things. ஒவ்வொரு நாட்டு ஒவ்வொரு இதையும் பார்த்து தான் அந்த சர்டிஃபிகேட் நிறைய ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. சர்டிஃபிகேட்டில் வந்து 4 லேயர் இருந்துச்சு. முதல்ல இதுதான் நம்மளுடைய பிரச்சனை. அதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ப்ரொஃபஷனல் அப்ரோச் ஆகும். ப்ராஜெக்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுடைய டெக்னிக்ஸ் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். அப்படின்னா எல்லா ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணக்கூடியவங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே நல்ல அறிவு உள்ள சார்ந்த விஷயத்தை கொடுக்கணும். இந்த அறிவு சார்ந்த வந்து ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் நம்ம சொல்கிறோம். இந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எவால்வ் பண்ணது இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ப்ராஜெக்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அசோசியேஷன். அவங்க வந்து த்ரூ ஸ்பெஷல் கமிட்டிஸ் வச்சு இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் எவால்வ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸை வந்து இந்தியாவில் we are following. அதுக்கு தான் ப்ராஜெக்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அசோசியேட்ஸ் இந்தியான்னு சொல்லி நம்ம ஃபார்ம் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதுக்கு நான் வந்து பிரசிடென்ட் ஆஃப் ப்ராஜெக்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அசோசியேட்ஸ் இந்தியா. எங்களுடைய ஹெட்குவார்ட்டர்ஸ் டெல்லி. இப்போ நாங்கள் வந்து எல்லா ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸும் இந்தியாவில் உள்ள ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் நாங்கள் வந்து பார்க்குறோம். அதில் உள்ள எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவ்ஸ் எல்லாம் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்குறோம். அவங்களையெல்லாம் சர்டிஃபை பண்ணுறோம். சர்டிஃபை பண்ணுறதுல 29 parameters இருக்குது. வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் parameters. ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி, லீடர்ஷிப், அவங்களுடைய இது பிஹேவியர், அப்படி ஒவ்வொரு நாட்டும் ஒவ்வொரு இதையும் பார்த்து தான் அந்த சர்டிஃபிகேட் கொடுக்குறோம். இந்த சர்டிஃபிகேட்டில் வந்து 4.
Dear delegates, welcome back. I hope you had a quick, enjoyable coffee break. In the interest of time, we have to move on with our next sessions. May I kindly request you to take your seats? நான் பிபிடி ஷேர் பண்ணிட்டேன். அவர் அதை டிஸ்ப்ளே பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. நானும் அது நடக்குதுன்னு சொல்லிடுங்க. ஹால் 1 and ஹால் 2 அதனுடைய செஷன் சேனல் நீங்க சொல்லிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஹால் 1 பத்தி டிஸ்ப்ளே பண்ணுங்க. எனக்கு அந்த காடி hello. So next we move on to our leadership forum, focusing on portfolio management strategies, envisioning a green future for the energy sector. Now the sessions will happen in both the halls. We are in hall 1 and behind you is hall 2. So the hall 1 session will be chaired by Dr. Jisu Martine Almela, founder of BioAgro Projects Biotech and former president of IPMA. To present in hall 1, we have with us Shri M. Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, Chairman and Managing Director of NLC India Limited. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jisu and Mr. Prasanna to the dais. Hall 2, I request Mr. K.S. Jameston to chair the session. To present, we have Shri Arvind Kumar, Director Refineries with additional charge of Director Pipelines at Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Please may I request Mr. Jameston and Shri Arvind Kumar to kindly go to hall 2. Delegates, those of you interested, I would highly appreciate if you can also attend the session on hall 2 as well.
Working? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. So, welcome Sri Prasanna Kumar Motupalli and dear delegates, for me it's a special honor to be here and to present Mr. Kumar Motupalli. I had the fortune to meet him months ago with my colleague Professor Dr. Reinhard Wagner when we addressed the Delta, IPMA Delta certification in Neighborly, close to here. It was a really intensive week working for many of the team that I can recognize in the room and here. And this is an example regarding how an Indian company address the challenges addressing the project portfolio. I can confirm you many findings and many relevant things. Mr. Prasanna Kumar, he is chairman and the managing director of the NCL Limited, but I have no time to sit at the large curricula vitae that the engineer Kumar Motupalli he has. So just enlightening that he's also fellow of the Institution of Engineers in India, and he is really expert in energy production in different companies in India. So just say my pleasure again. Also, he's certified level A project director. It's not another example how a leader is behind of the manager, because he is a true leader and he manage other ones that make possible the success in the company. So Mr. Kumar Motupalli, the floor is yours, addressing your presentation. Thank you. That, we will better there, yes.
Good morning. Good morning, Mahabalipuram. Sabko namaskar. Ellarukkum vanakkam. I am Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, Chairman and Managing Director of NLC India Limited, the oldest integrated energy company in the country. While IPMA is celebrating its 60th year of existence, we are celebrating 70th year of existence. And my topic today is portfolio management for a green future. As you know, the age-old basic necessities of life are food, cloth, and shelter. And the 19th century added one more, that is energy. And 20th century added one more. What is that? Data. And that also related. So the development of any country or any part of the globe is decided by the per capita consumption of energy. And the quality of life and digital infrastructure as on date also depends on the availability of energy. But at the same time, the availability of energy that should take care of the mother nature. That is the need of the hour. That is the reason why it has been decided in many global forums about the energy transition. Now, today I am talking about the energy transition, how portfolio management is important in smooth and effective global energy transition. From the point of view of energy independence or energy security, we have to pass through various steps, finally, to reach the global equality. This is very important activity. This is very important phase where energy transition targets are set by different countries. And to reach that target, we have to use effectively the portfolio management to ensure that as per the target, the transition happens. If you talk about India, the per capita energy consumption is hardly 1/3 of the global average. And India is aspiring to be a Vikasit Bharat, the developed country by 2047. So for a developed country, the per capita consumption as on date, the average ranges from 6,000 to 12,000 kilowatt hours per person. So from the current level of around 1,300 to 1,500, reaching the global average of 3,000 and achieving the developed country per capita consumption of 6,000 is a major challenge. For the countries who are already energy secured, for them it is a single project of transition. But for countries like the developed countries like India, it is a combination of the factors where you have to provide the basic electricity requirement of the nation for the development, and at the same time, you have to go for the transition. That gives a challenge, that gives an opportunity to effectively use the portfolio management to succeed. We have set number of targets, Panchamrit, to reach 500 gigawatt by 2030 and 50% of our energy resources from renewable sources, and huge reduction in carbon intensity. All these things are possible only with the meticulous planning and proper importance to various sectors. While giving importance to conventional power generation, we have to give importance to green energy also to reach our target of becoming energy independent by 2047 and net zero by 2070. Voice.
The success of our existence on this planet. This is sustainability for all, to lift people up, to give them hope, to empower them to achieve their individual goals through sustainability. I would expect that all countries would make a deep dive and recommit to sustainability. That's why we decided to launch the sustainability campaign, the Choose Sustainability. We have to live more responsibly. We have to rethink how we use resources. We have to optimize the use of those resources in order to ensure that there will be a supply for our great, 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 and even greater grandchildren.
The message is clear. Sustainability is a buzzword, and we all have to work responsibly to give same Mother Earth to our great, 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 and greatest grandchildren. So that there plays the role of the energy transition. Energy transition, as on date, is the largest redirection of capital in modern infrastructure history. Almost $2 trillion per year, the investment involved, and 75% of these initiatives are from energy sector. So to achieve this, we have to move from project delivery to transformation leadership, like the traditional project management to modern portfolio management. So in the traditional project management, the focus was on doing the projects right. But now it has to be shifted to doing the right projects. And time, cost, and scope were the measures in the traditional project management. But in modern portfolio management, to have this transformation and transition, the measures are reliability, renewability, and resilience. And a balance is to be achieved between the reliability and renewability. To have this transition, the globe is using many modern techniques. And we have been using the competencies of IPMA, the individual competencies, organizational competencies, and the project excellence competencies. By using these competencies, we have been successful in balancing the conventional energy capacity and renewable capacity with many green initiatives, and we are inculcating the culture of performance using the IPMA standards. I personally started association with IPMA almost 15 years back when I completed my level D, and at that time itself, I was very much impressed with the results after passing the IPMA D examination. That is the reason why I insisted, we decided in the organization to give utmost priority to the improving the competencies of people. So as on date, we are having more than 370 certified professionals in A, B, C, D level. And 138 executives are already in pipeline. And we decided that all recruitees of the company will be imparted with this certification, knowing its importance. This is the reason, one of the reasons why the market capitalization of our company improved 4 times in 3 years, which is a record of this sort in public sector enterprises. And the project excellence is measured by value and impact. The earlier, by time and budget, a completion of a project, the success was measured in time and budget, but now it is the sustainability, reliability, and impact on the environment and society. Green projects are not just instruments. They are commitments to future generations, like what highest authority of UN said. We are putting all the efforts to balance the conventional capacity and the green power generation. While we require green power generation more going forward, but at the same time, to meet our basic requirements, the thermal power also need to be continued. So we are maintaining a balance between these two, which is well accepted by the policymakers as well as the investors. Our portfolio strategy pillars to achieve energy transformation. The first one is as I already told, we have to maintain the existing thermal power resources, because as on date, it is 75% contributor in energy requirement of the country. So how effectively this can be done with limited impact on the environment? That is the key challenge, and we are strengthening that energy security by establishing eco-friendly thermal power generation. And similarly, to achieve our target of energy independence by 2047 and net zero by 2070, we are giving utmost importance to accelerating renewable expansion. We were the first company in the country to add 1 gigawatt renewable capacity. And we are targeting to take it to 10 gigawatt by 2030. While entire globe and the country is targeting for doubling or tripling their renewable capacity, we are targeting to increase our renewable capacity by 7 times. And then enabling the nation mission, the nation's target of 500 gigawatt by 2030 and energy independent by 2047 and net zero by 2070. We are working in that direction. And sustainable mining and circular economy. As I already told, thermal power generation going to play important role even beyond 2047. But only thing is that we have to make it more eco-friendly, less impact on Mother Nature. So circular economy, utilization of resources properly, and sustainable mining is very important in this regard. NLC is the only company in the country to use SME type of technology, where there is no dust emission, though no vehicular transportation. And the main requirement now is a smart grid. The grid of tomorrow is renewable, resilient, and intelligent. And the new energy portfolio model would be thermal power generation, where the power generation generating emissions are properly captured. Then on one side, green hydrogen, and another side, renewables along with storage systems. It is very important that whenever we are trying to integrate green power with the grid, we should be having proper storage system. The pump storage as well as battery storage system. And we were the first company in the country to establish grid scale battery storage system in Andaman. That was done way back in 4 years back. Earlier, Andaman was dependent on diesel-based power generation, and tourists were frequently complaining about the smell of diesel in Andaman. Now it is fully based on renewable power generation. So we have to use the portfolio management effectively and properly to achieve our target of energy transition. So from project delivery to portfolio value delivery, from short-term outputs to long-term sustainability, and from capacity building to the capacity building. So we are committed for the resilient future, and we are effectively and optimally using the portfolio management, and we are skilling our people in this area to achieve these targets. A call for green, resilient, and inclusive energy future is the need of the hour. From the words of our mascot.
Hi, I'm Neon, NLC India's very own mascot. I roam around the mines, keeping a watchful eye on everything. I inspect the thermal plants to make sure they're running smoothly and safely. I live right here in the township, where the community grows strong. And guess what? I thrive in renewables too, because a cleaner, greener future is what we all need. Come join me on this journey towards power, progress, and sustainability. Together, we shine bright.
So whatever is our business, whether it is a mining or power generation or renewables or any initiative, sustainability is the buzzword. And for getting this sustainability, usage of portfolio management for greener future is our utmost priority and target. Thank you. Thank you all. I thank PMA and IPMA for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time again, let's proceed with our technical sessions. I hope the session on the parallel hall, Hall 2, is also winding down. So we have in Hall 1, the topic Innovation as a Catalyst for Promoting Project Management Mindset Among Undergraduates. This will be chaired by Professor P.V.M. Rao from the Department of Design, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. In Hall 2, we have AI and Industry 4.0, Project Management for Future Competitiveness. So I will request our chair, Dr. J.D. Patil, President INAE, to kindly go to Hall 2. Delegates, those of you interested in the session on Industry 4.0, I kindly request you to move to Hall 2. In Hall 1, we have with us Vice Chancellors and academic leaders to join this roundtable. May I invite Professor Kuldeep Kumar Raina, Vice Chancellor, M.S. Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Thangam Meghanathan, Chairperson, Rajalakshmi Group of Institutions, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Raut, President, C.V. Raman Global University. I also invite Dr. Vikas Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, to kindly come to the dais. In Hall 2, I invite our distinguished panelists, Lieutenant General Retired Karanbir Singh Brar, recipient of the highest presidential award, Dr. Revati Venkatraman, Chairperson, School of Computing, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and Mr. Anup SS, Head AI Practice, Tata LC.
Check.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to this very interesting session where I have 4 very eminent academicians, academic administrators to basically discuss on basically the project management mindset and how do we inculcate among our undergraduate students. That is basically the subject of this particular session. So as we all know that I think if you have listened to the morning sessions and lectures, India and the world is moving very fast. As India moves to the next, I think next 10 years, we are going to have the kind of magnitude and the scale of projects which country is going to do is to increase manyfold. Now, this also requires a lot of trained manpower in project management. So this particularly session will basically look at are we doing enough to prepare next generation project management leaders, and how our various universities are trying to address. So that's probably is going to be a subject of this particular session. So what I think as a first round, what I would like each of the panelists to do is to introduce themselves and also introduce their university a little bit, and then we'll probably start with our first round of questions.
Thank you, sir. Very warm good morning to one and all. It is my pleasure to be part of this August gathering where eminent experts have joined hands and came here from different industries for this very important event which is being hosted by IPMA. I am Dr. Vikas Mishra. I am Vice Chancellor with Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, Chennai. We are 40-year-old university. We started in 1986 and we are into area of higher education and education since last 60 years. Our group was founded by our late founder president, Dr. KCG Varghese. He was a great educationist who way back in 1966 ventured into the area of education, higher education. We are having university, we are having arts and science colleges, we are having engineering college, flight academy we are having in terms of DGCA approved Air Force Line Academy. Coming particularly with reference to the university from which I am representing, we are having close to around 14,000 students and around 12 schools are there. And our basic vision, the vision of our current Chancellor, Dr. Anand Jacob Varghese, is that we have to inculcate, we have to give holistic education to the youth of this country. And particularly we are working on the comprehensive development of the entire setup, or not only towards the academic parts, we take care of the various other sides of also extracurricular, co-curricular activities. And over the last few years, we have been focusing very hard on the research part, where we have entered into Center of Excellence, a very meaningful Center of Excellence with various industries. We are having a satellite center. We also plan to, in 2 or 3 months, we will be launching our own satellite. Then we are having institute which has been promoted by TANCAM, Government of Industry, Department of Industry, Government of Tamil Nadu. Just recently, NSDC has invested almost 10 crore of grant they have given to us to establish 8 Center of Excellence, which will be inaugurated next week, most likely. All the things have been completed. So our focus has been to give more and more industry exposure, the industry connect with to our students, where we have collaborated with a lot of industry experts, industry leaders. Many of them have joined us as a professor of practice which has been a very wonderful clause which has been added in the new education policy 2020, where now we are having the opportunity, universities are having the opportunities of inviting industry experts, industry professionals to be a part of the university system as a professor of practice. So many we are having professor of practice we are having experts in our board of studies. So our focus is that the student should become industry ready. He should not only become a job seeker, but he should become a job creator, where he can enter into the area of incubation, entrepreneurship. All those things are very integral part of our system. One very unique thing which we have implemented, that a project-based learning, where we are approaching to industries to share their, in terms of what is their vision for down the line for short-term and long-term goal. Also, we are approaching industry to share their areas where they are facing some particular, any problem, any bottleneck is there, and then maybe our students and our faculties can jointly join hands together to give a certain possible solution. So it becomes a win-win situation for both of us. As a academia institute, we are making our student more exposed towards the industry relevant problem. Industry is also getting some solutions to their bottleneck area, to their futuristic plans and all those things. Our students have been regularly participating in various national hackathons which are being conducted by Government of India, AICT, where continuously they have been winners also. So overall our focus is to give a value-based, a quality-based education so that the student can join hand in the process of that mission of Viksit Bharat and to become India a developed nation by 2007. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Tangam Meghnathan, Chairperson Rajalakshmi Institutions. We are in the space of higher education over about 27 plus years. And we've just been given the opportunity to become a university, which we are rolling out from 27 onwards. We are into space of engineering, technology, architecture, management, then healthcare leading to MBBS, medical college, business school. So we are practically into everything other than law and some of the other things like design and maybe catering and etc. are not into the liberal arts. We are hoping to add them on as we become the university. And we have about 14 to 15,000 students. And we are quite aware of the needs of having a campus where the students come from the +2 system and they are with us for about 4 years. If they continue to do their PG, post-graduation, another 2 years. So we are well aware of the scope where we are to kind of create students or get them to have an overall exposure onto academics and non-academics in terms of like grooming their personality in such a way because they are likely to become job creators or job seekers immediately getting into the economy, part of the economy system. So the kind of students that we provide should be adding value to whatever they do is what is our mission. And we are completely focused on that. We have Center for Excellence in MEMS, microelectromechanical systems, and we also have this TIFAC project on machine vision and few other things that we are, I think we have, other than IIT, we are the one institution who have class 1, class 100, class 10 and class 100 kind of research research facilities. And we are very happy to say that Professor Scientist Sivadanu Pillai is in our governing council, and we have some Nobel laureates in our governing council who are helping us to build our vision and make our vision sharper and more, useful to the society. And with these, I think I've introduced myself and my institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vanakkam, namaste, and very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very honored to be among this distinguished panel of experts. And the theme is chosen, undergraduate education, how we need to look at, galvanize, I think, promote certain things when it comes to the program management. I'm very grateful to Dr. Sivadanu Pillai and the team of PMA India and IPMA giving Ramaya University of Applied Sciences a chance to be in this session and speak about it. Ramaya University of Applied Sciences is an offshoot, my friends, of the Ramaya group of institutions. I think many of us know it started in 1962 in Bangalore, and thereafter we try to consolidate, create value. And today we have as group around 20 institutions. And Ramaya University of Applied Sciences as an offshoot started in the year. Approval we got from the government of Karnataka in the year 2013. And the first batch of students we admitted as university was in 2000. So we are celebrating the decade of as university, but as a group, I think we have around 65 years of our existence. This morning when I was listening to my predecessors, 60 years of PMA and IPMA, I would say that we are matching the spacing. You are progressing, we are progressing. In that, I think the global community is progressing together. Today, we are truly known as a multidisciplinary and a transdisciplinary institution across the country. Soon after, the new education policy, which we say used as NEP, was initiated. I am so happy to share with this distinguished audience and the galaxy of the people who came across the continents that we are a multidisciplinary university, transdisciplinary approach of teaching, learning, research, innovation, and creating a value not only for our students, but a global academic community. I have been mentored by one of the very illustrious person, Professor N.C. Nigam, who happened to be the director of IIT at some point of time. I made a transition from scientific lab, CSIR, to the teaching fraternity. I think that gave me a kind of more degrees of freedom and flexibility to understand academia holistically. Friends, Ramaya University of Applied Sciences is an amalgamation of 13 different faculties, and we have 3 important verticals that are created. One of them, we are always known for, is the health science programs. Around 48 years old, Ramaya College, Medical College, supported by allied health and other programs too. 1,400 bedded hospital, so that is a very important segment. Dental sciences, pharmaceutical sciences, allied health sciences, and others. We have a very strong and a very cohesive program in SITEM, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, in which we admit students all across the country through the national competition. And third important segment is the social sciences, management sciences, hotel management, as well as the legal sciences. The interesting aspect of all these 3 is we are not partial to one, we are not biased towards one. We have equal percentage of students admissions in across the programs. That speaks that whether it is a health science program, whether it is STEM program, social sciences, for us as a multidisciplinary institution, we give due weightage, due importance to each one. In this sphere, I would like to say, these are the academics. We offer 136 program, 136 precisely, in which we train students not only in the laboratories, but the skills are also provided in advanced Ramaya Advanced Learning Lab, ALC in Health Science programs, supported by the Techno Engineering Center, which is more focused toward the technology development. We have been partnering and collaborating with the best and at the world stage. Furthermore, giving emphasis to the skill sets of the people, we have set up the Ramaya Sickle Academy under the Ramaya Sickle Foundation. So this holistic way, I would say, is our objective, our theme, our orientations towards producing the value for the nation and the nations. In that context, just last word, that I would like to request to you, what I say here may not be sufficient. Please refer to www.msruas.ac.in. You will get more and more information. Thank you very much, Professor Rao.
Thank you. Thank you. So, C.V. Raman.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Sanjeev Raut, the founder and president of CGU Odisha. We are a 26-year-old institution, and we became universities in the last 6 years. Currently, we have around 10,000 students, and we have students from 27 countries and across the country. We have mostly we are known as an engineering university, but now we have diversified to multidisciplinary. We have agriculture science, pharmaceutical science, coming with a medical college, and many other programs. And our core strength, we have showcased the embedding, the skilling into the higher technical education. We have currently 26 international companies, those who have set up centers of excellence. And we started these integrations 10 years back, before the NEP was announced. And that time, majority of the investment was from our trust. Then we got partial investment from the industry, now full funded investment from the industry. The innovation and to make it more effective, the project management, it has happened in our university in both ways. For the students, to make it happen, the university itself went through an innovation how to achieve this. And as an university, we have the pride of winning the first gold medal for the country in the world skill in Kazan. And our university represents and sends the highest number of students to represent India in the world skills France. And this year also we have won 63 medals in our state competitions. And a large contingent of students are competing for the national, and we hope we will cross the number from the last year, and more students will go and showcase their talent in the international platform to bring laurel and medals for the country. And as an outcome of integrating this skill into the higher technical education, today we have a fantastic placement, and we are proud that some of our startups, they participated in Operation Sindoor. They, took ammunitions and supplied to hilly areas, Himalayan areas and other areas to the armed forces. And we are working hard to see more startups come in and they create employment. And, being being situated in Odisha, we don't, market or, showcase our university much in the terms of advertisement. But anytime from this August gathering, if you visit our university, you find world-class laboratories, industry presence, and incubations. You have auto incubation and DST both present in our campus. And we have workshops which manufacture very precision components of the satellites too, many of the products, and many more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for that introduction. And I think we have 4 universities here, C.V. Raman, Ramaya, Rajalakshmi, and SRM. Together, they represent close to about 80,000 students, which itself is a big achievement. And I think one of the questions to all the panelists is, I think as we move ahead, we probably need undergraduate students with project management mindset. And that also requires a lot of, changes in our curricula and our pedagogy. So we just wanted to know what each of your universities is trying to do, basically to inculcate this, a project management mindset, or what are the kind of activities which are available for undergraduate students where they are actually, when they graduate and within a few years, are in a position to lead some of the big projects, etc. So maybe I'll again go in the same order.
Well, with reference to the project management initiative, and especially it is very relevant and pertinent that the undergraduate students especially, they are being exposed to the various methodologies, tools and technologies of project management. Because any undergraduate student or any postgraduate student, they must be aware about the intricacies of the project and how a large activity can be accomplished, what are the various processes, phases, starting away from the planning to the closure. That entire supply chain has to be very effectively managed, and that knowledge has to be there to the students of higher education. Especially in our university, we give a focus that every student is being exposed. In every semester, they are taking up a project which is being a mandatory part of their curriculum, where they have to take a project. Then we have got a collaboration with several of the various of our courses are being collaborated with the various industries, where we are running certain subjects, like in every semester 1 or 2 subjects are there which are being run by industry experts, which are being taken care of by industry experts, the industry professionals and the experts. So, and then it is being integrated with a project, live project, which has to be completed and taken up by students. Then they are being assessed and evaluated jointly by our faculties and as well as the industry expert, those we are having. So in a way, we are ensuring that the students are aware what is the current industry or the current market requirement in terms of skill set, what are the skill sets required, and continuously we are working on the process of both upskilling and reskilling. That is, simultaneously we are focusing on enhancing on these 2 things with the exposure to where we assure the student that they are being learning every day, with every semester certain particular skills, certain softwares are there every semester. Apart from that, we are focusing on the various soft skills technique, be it quant, aptitude, reasoning, so that they are getting ready, they are becoming industry ready, because today is an era of plug and play, where industry is looking for personals and professionals, those who are ready to perform from day one. Gone are the days when industry was going through, whether if they were hiring any GT, management trainee or commercial trainee, that they were exposed to or they were undergoing a training of minimum 6 to 9 months. So which was also causing a lot of initial investment by the concerned industry, and then also in terms of productivity of that fresher was delayed by 6 months. Minimum 6 months was the training period or the cooling period which the student was spending on the shop floor with that particular industry. But now it's very good, a very significant change has taken place where industries are also approaching and joining hands with the universities, with the higher educations to understand and to share what are their requirements, and jointly university, we as a university and in collaboration with industry, we are working so that the students are aware, they are being made industry ready, so that when they are joining the industry, they are ready to perform from day one. And it's a very unique opportunity also where university is getting, the industry especially is getting industry ready professional. They are aware that there is a university or there is a setup which is catering the need, which is producing, which is giving that type of a skill to the students, to their students, those who will be working on their technologies, on their process and the product which we are having. So a lot of focus is there on the various project management strategies, whatever are the various technologies, those we are, has been exposed and been given to the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
At Rajalakshmi, we've been always very clear that the major 4 components beyond which I don't see anything, like teaching, testing, evaluation, and research. These are the 4 major components that is there in the education system. And what is there in school, like from LKG to +2 that they study, they have this teaching, testing, evaluation, which they are very thorough with. But what should get added on when they come to higher education is research component. So research component is something, when they come into undergraduate, I wouldn't say they can take some, they cannot leap. They just need to take their small steps, understand what research is, and keep their creativity intact, and that burning desire to do something new should always be kept by so many other programs. And teachers do publications and research, they apply for funding, and every research activity that happens, always an undergraduate student and a postgraduate student is combined with. So they are also part of the research that is happening, they understand how it is being published, they help them to source material and then help them in the laboratory. So this way they learn in their own way how to be innovative, and particularly the age group between 18 and 21 is extremely creative. The life's seriousness has not dawned onto them, that they are able to think very easily out of the box or be very creative. We give them the liberty to think whatever they want. I mean, fear of failure is taken away from them. Just say whatever you want, try whatever you want in the laboratory and see what the results are for yourself. And this is our thing. Whatever research that happens in the campus, it has to percolate to the students. Otherwise, the research, part of the research is going waste. The teacher might get the funding, teacher might get her profile better, and all that is very good. But that has got to percolate to the undergraduate students in terms of connecting with the research, or if it is a very successful research, get it into a credit program. Now we have this MEMS as a credit program into our syllabus, where the students understand, oh, this research has happened within the campus, and this is what it is. So this brings in little more success formula for the undergraduate students. This is what I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Quick inputs again. Yeah.
I will put it in 4 bullets. 1, what we initiated and what are the outcomes of that. And certainly I would like to hear from you whether we are on track or not. 1, in 2022, we introduced entrepreneurship and innovation as a subject for our every undergraduate student, because the focus is undergraduate. I will come to that first. Challenges were who will teach, how it can be taught, how it can be assessed. But thank God, with the help and support of each faculty member, everyone, we could get through it. What we did, we tied up with Babson in US to provide entrepreneurship programs. Friends, every year we admit around 3,000 students at the undergraduate level. And I was not sure that, I'm not confident also that all 3,000 are going to become the entrepreneurs. Even if 5% of that come in the first place, that was the target. And to a larger extent, we have fulfilled the aspirations, what we thought that time. One, we evaluated not on the basis of 3-hour examination, not cramming and writing. It was exactly on the basis of the project outcomes. 2 students, 3 students in partnership with the corporate can work it out. Third point was we incentivized the best people, not through money only, but acknowledgement through various awards and rewards. I think it has given us very good dividends as an initiative. Second, going beyond undergraduate, we started the Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, RUAS, fellowships at the level of JRF, SRF, and the postdoctoral, so that there is going to be a sequence of this thought process between the peers at the senior level as well as at the undergraduate level. It is doing very fine. Third, we provided with our faculty the seed money research grants. Who could get it from the Government of India initiatives, welcome. If not, we provided it. And friends, in the last 3 years, we have spent nearly 4.5 crore Indian rupees as a part of seed. And the precondition was, if you have a scope, associate an undergraduate student as a part of this project as well. Because these research outcomes should not be confined only at the PhD or the senior level, it should come. Friends, this is what we did at our campus. Second is our engineering and technology campus is within the vicinity of the Pina Industries Association area. We became the member of Pina Industries Association. The projects that were carried out by these students were not evaluated or assessed by us. It was done by the industry experts. So we celebrate 14th of October as a National Innovation Day in which such projects are displayed. The outcomes are very, very significant. Third point is, I think this PMA India and the objectives of IPMA should percolate down to the higher education institutions too. Because if undergraduates are becoming the catalysts of the change, it can be what we do, but I think at a national and international level, there's a great scope for projects to be undertaken. We also introduced 3 internships for the students, which is corporate-centric. In addition to what an engineering or allied student is supposed to do as a part of the final year project. Therefore, the internship starts in the second year itself. I think these are the initiatives we have taken. We are harnessing the best out of it. And the tagline is, any student who comes to Ramaya University of Applied Sciences should not only be without job, but should create a job. So he should become a job creator. Thank you very much, Professor Rao.
Thank you. Thank you. C.V. Raman.
Thank you, sir. So I'll just like to sum up in 3 bullet points, how we implement project management and integrate with the innovation in our university. The first thing is that when 10 years back we started looking at this approach of education, then you observed most of our faculties, those who are PhDs from IIT and others, NITs and other engineering colleges, they came from very traditional way of learning in classroom teaching and research publications. So to introduce project-based learning, the teachers need to be trained. So we are sending continuously to our teachers to IIM Ahmedabad to get trained in the project-based learning. And we are sending continuously our teachers to most of the foreign universities in Europe, in Taiwan, in Australia, in other countries, to see how the project-based learning or innovations or the new concepts they are introducing in their university. And to supplement this, we always try to expose our students to different competitions. I know there are many competitions thrown by the industry for the product development and challenges. You find CGU students must be there. Whether we lose or win doesn't matter. Most of the competitions we have won. Now recently Mitsubishi is throwing one national competition for the product development. So our students are also develop products and they are competing in that forum. And we encourage our students to participate in most of the hackathons and other competitions. So that gives them, that really forces our faculties and the management to see how best they can do it. And to support these activities and to make it more effective, we have invested huge amount in developing industry-based laboratories, and that including, because of that, we encourage a lot of corporate training to our university. Recently, we have doing one example I'll give you, that is Jindal Steels. We have almost signed 10,000 employees for the corporate training in that steel company in Odisha, and many more are there. Even companies from Pune and many other reputed companies, we are engaged in developing that. So that gives a lot of interaction and help to our students to look into their future. And, by investing and by doing all this process, I'll just sum up in saying one thing. A couple of years back in one alumni meet, I met one boy who came to my room to greet me, and I asked what he's doing. He said, I have an IT company and I am into mining. And when I discussed about this turnover, his turnover was more than the turnover or the balance sheet of the university. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me ask the next question on behalf of all the students. Okay. So generally, when you ask students, they say our curricula is highly dominated by two things, lectures and examinations, two things which they hate. And I think what students are really hungry is three things. One is learning by doing, which we call as a experiential learning. Then learning in teams, which we call as a collaborative learning, and learning by connecting with the real world, which we call as a social learning. Now, when it comes to project management too, it's not more about teaching, but it's more about doing. So since project management is very closely linked to learning by doing, working in teams, and connecting with the real world, so I just want to know each of you, what is that university is thinking? One of the things which is also there is some of these activities are available as a co-curricular. But why not, let's say, introducing project management and some of these projects, etc., as a curricular activities into your this thing? Is universities thinking in that direction to prepare next generation leadership in project management?
Well, in terms of, I fully agree with what sir has mentioned related to the project management, and for that we have made provision of, in terms of the open electives and departmental electives are there, in which student can opt subjects of their choice to inculcate because project management is also all about leadership. It doesn't offer a very homogeneous environment. Students are supposed to work in a very heterogeneous environment where the formation of project team itself, the student, those who are coming, they are from various part of the country, and then their thought process, their approach to the problem, to any particular activity is different. So that is very important, and that plays a very important role in developing one very important skill set, which is participative learning. How together in a group, you can form a group, and then how well you are performing not only your task, but the task which is interdisciplinarily, which is interdepartment. It is all about these days, particularly in our university, that our education is focused towards the interdisciplinary as well as the interdepartmental, where students are allowed even to take the subjects of some other school or some other branch in which they are having the interest. So that gives a very unique perspective in diversifying their knowledge set. Various type of student clubs are there, societies are there, through which students are conducting various type of activities, and all these activities and all those events are being carried completely by students. Faculties are there in a role of mentor where they are just supervising it, but all the tasks are being managed and are being executed by student. Various type of events are being there. So those are developing that quality of leadership, developing that quality of various stages of project management initiative, because obviously it has to be when we go at a micro level where an activity has to be divided into small parts, and as a part of every semester they are being asked to take a project, and then in their final year they are having a major project. So that gives a very unique opportunity in terms of not only developing a product or developing a project, but also right away from the scratch level, from the planning level at the paper, and then converting into design, into selection of material, into the design parameter, into going various type of quality testing, then fabrication. So all those involves small concepts which contribute towards the area of project management. So that is very important, and that we are ensuring that our students are becoming part of that exercise and they execute the thing in a spirit, so that they are being converted into a professional by the end of their course which they are studying, into a complete global citizen, so that they can participate in the process of nation development. And we are very happy to share, I'm happy to share that we are having more than 143 MOUs with international universities. So in a way, then there are semester exchange program, then there are programs where foreign faculties are coming. Now we are, after post-COVID, it's a hybrid environment where both offline and online. So all these are contributing, these are developing and making them enable what are the various best practices which are involved globally. So all those are making them enable to become a better undergraduate or a postgraduate or a better professional, so that when they are moving to the optimized level. Thank you very much.
Yeah. When the students walk into the institution day one, they have no idea about any project management, and then because they come with this project degree. So to slowly change them from that mindset of you would get your degree, you would get your certification, but add these values to that paper so that that paper becomes more valuable when you leave the campus. This is how slowly we change their mindset and tell them like, okay, you are getting all these credits in order to get your degree certificate, all right, but these credits, what value have you gained out of these credits? So slowly, then we give them mini projects and then major projects and things like that, and make sure that though they are all about, it used to be always a joke. Project used to be a kind of joke. 3 or 4 of them will be in a project, and 2 may be very active, 2 dormant, and you know, that kind of a thing. We used to make sure that all of them are active in that project, or take up a project that really interests you, so that you enjoy doing that project, and there is something delivered seriously in a sincere manner. And we encourage students to do projects with the industry or within the campus using the lab facilities. Instead of telling that, okay, I would take little time off and finish the project and come and present you the project. No. We have various steps wherein they are guided. Whatever project they have taken, they are guided and made sure that they understand, they are actually very happy about doing that project. Now, it should not be part of the credit or something like that. They have to be very happy doing that project. It can be theoretical, it can be application oriented, but end of it, they should learn something out of it. That is very important. That's what we focus on.
Thank you. Just quick.
Professor Rao, our endeavor is to make them lifelong learners, the beautiful minds. That's what we look at. And in the first place, I think flexibility is given with respect to choosing the project in consultation with the set of supervisors that we have. Second, providing them apt experiential learning facilities, whether it is on campus, in the Techno-Engineering Center, in allied health science programs, or with the corporate industry. That's what I said in the beginning, that the evaluation becomes very, very important, because a set of procedures that were set in our academic curriculum at some point of time because of the regulatory framework was, this is the best, but today it doesn't work. If we have to write the new academic paradigm or look at writing the history of new education domains, I think we need to disrupt the education curriculum as such. So at RUAS, we are applying it truly to the best possible ways, and that is not only reflected through types of the kind of placements our students get, but the overseas opportunities for higher education too. I am so happy to share around 35% students of our university get opportunities to go overseas in the premier institutions, and the rest are finding jobs here and there. Some of them are entrepreneurs as well. These skill sets are very important. So the project management becomes an integrated part, not only in the technology programs, but almost in every program today. Even social sciences, when we talk of social engineering, I think the project management becomes very, very important, very, very essential. I would say that yes, we are there for a change, and together we can turn towards Viksit Bharat, where we make the beginning from now and future as well. Futuristic curriculum is the mantra that we always look at. Thank you very much, Professor Rao.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, sir. See, in our university at CGU, the project minor and major are part of the curriculum. But what we observed in due course of time, with the help of technologies, the students are mostly trying to copy ideas and developing project and submitting it. So then, couple of years back, we started changing our strategy. As sir rightly said, we get into a lot of CSR activities and clubs, like in space technology. So we try to develop satellites. So 40 students, they are engaged in working in that, getting training and developing that. So, and we give credit to that, and they learn a lot. Then we encourage them to part with the ideathon, like in hackathons. And, you know, after that, we realized that we must work very closely with the industry. Then we started, you know, moving around in different places, contacting different industry to get live projects. Recently, we have started getting projects. We got impact assessment of CSR from the General Steel, where our MBA students and faculties, they are working. So in that, they really learn it because they have to complete the project on time. They have to write the project in the right way, so the outcome is visible. They learn the writing skills. And all these things which we speak in the project management, those they have to deliver. Otherwise, the industry will just kill them because they are paying for it. So one project they paid us 56 lakhs. So you can't just write something rubbish and submit to any industry. So while, you know, building and confidence among the industry is more important where you are located. So that if you get associated with the industry and get into the live projects, then that is one of the best learning. And another thing which we very seriously do in our university is that we encourage students to do internships, to qualify through internship, like Accenture, PwC, all these companies, they do tests, written tests to qualify for getting into internships where they put their students into the live projects. So a lot of our students, we prepare them for those tests and they qualify, they get into those companies and they work on the project, and it's mostly automatically they get job there. And that was another, you know, good learning from them. So the most important approach in our university is that we are trying to work with the ecosystem where we are located and trying to get into more and more live projects which we can do it. And it's now they have a confidence and with seeing the facilities, and we have always, every time we try to call their people, interact, do a lot of workshops so that they see the facility, they see the work, and they build confidence, and they start from a small projects like 30, 40 or 50 lakhs, and hopefully in the future we get into the larger projects. That is, you know, in my view, that is one of the you know, idea which has really worked in our university. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're also probably have a time constraint. So before I think I sum up, I just wanted to probably have last 1 minute if you want to say anything which you didn't say.
From this forum, one very good thing which has happened, what personally I feel in last a decade or two, that in terms of higher education, that industry and academia both have come bit more closer. In our time, it was not that type of a thing was there. Industry and now academia, they are partnering more frequently, where now industry has also understand their position, and also academia has realized that we need to approach to industry to make our student relevant, industry ready. But yes, I feel that there is more need where we should get more hand holding from industry side in terms of the experts, those who can join us on the board of studies, who can be a technical consultant, who can be an expert of a subject matter domain. So my concluding remark will be that more aggressive hand holding from both the sides, from academia reaching to industry and industry also supporting to academia is important, because one major challenge which I see probably which we missed, that when especially now with the after new education policy 2020 NEP, now internship is very predominantly very important aspect which has been added to all the courses, especially to the technology and to the management and courses where now a student is supposed to do internship after the end of every semester. So across India, we can just imagine how many lakhs and lakhs of undergraduate students are taking their undergraduate course. Now it is to what I personally feel, it is a major challenge how these students are going to be absorbed for internship to industry. So there probably industry also needs to support the academia, the universities, the colleges in terms of opening their campuses, their premises for students for doing internship. Then because there are challenges from industry point of view also, because if they are allowing more interns, then they have to probably some way readjust their schedule, their production schedule or their operational schedule, putting certain manpower to train and supervise the undergraduate students for training. So all those things, there are certain challenges out there, but together we have to understand this challenge and we have to address this issue, but more and more still there is lot which need to be done to optimize, to make students industry ready, to make them perform at a global level, because now 21st century it is all about where professionals are working at a global level. It is not confined to the regional boundaries or regional thing. It is a matter where they are expanding to a global village. We are now performing into a global village process. So there probably more hand holding from both sides is required and needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, your last 1 minute.
I think definitely research and innovation is a very important aspect of any higher education institution, without which it is very dull. This is what is helping a higher education campus sustain. This is very important, but identifying that research and innovation mindset is very, very important. Like out of 10, I would say maybe 5 would have, not all would have that research bent of mind or interest. So we cannot get anything out of making it compulsory for, you have to identify the talent and then make sure that they are encouraged and given all the adequate support that is needed, keep the campus environment in such a way such children are given special facilities. And today I think the AI is going to be a great enabler towards AI, and quantum research quantum computing can really become a much better enabler towards research. I think we should focus on these. Thank you.
Thank you. Last
Being in academia for almost 5 decades now, as a student and then teacher and in administration, I see that we are at the right time. And this time is the transformation. We are at the cusp of that transformation. What is going to be future? Sometimes we see it's unknown, but AI is going to play a very important to enable futuristic thought process. So for that purpose, I think we all need to equip ourselves. Gen S, Gen Smart, is smarter than the teachers at times in the class itself. So we need to create an ecosystem between teaching fraternity, industry, the corporates, and the global industries. It's not only Indian industry today. I think with IPMA as well as PMA, I think there has to be a global connect. I think that there has to be a mobility of students from one country to another country to do the projects. I think that we say always, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, whether there is ocean, there is mountain, there is something. Now to make an integrated part of it, I'm sure IPMA is going to play a very, very important role. I stop here, I sign off. Thank you very much, Professor Rao and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I feel like, the project management will be more effective if you introduce innovation in your curriculum and effectively try to run that. And to see that it happens, the universities, they need to invest on their laboratories, which should be industry like laboratories. It should not be academic lab only to get the readings or to show the inspection teams. And huge investment need to do for that, whether they invest in the bringing from the industry or they find an innovative way to invest and to get the return from there. So that is one challenge. Most of the university is now, they have to look into it. And, this innovation and project management will be more effective when universities, they will look into their, locations, look into their place or around the country where they can really work closely with the industry, like in the live projects. Because live projects will really take students into toes that they have to learn many things which for which the project management introduction is an objective, in submitting the reports on time, writing correctly and getting the impact of the project, which is, somebody reads the project, it should come out, or designing a product which is useful for the industry. Many products we have designed which are being implemented in the industry. So that is not a great thing. The great thing is the great learning. So in my opinion, collaborating with the industry in a deep-rooted way is the way forward for effective project management in any university. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all the panelists for their wonderful inputs and sharing the vision. And I think it's becoming clearer that project management is now one of the very important subject, skill and knowledge which every student should have. And I think every student who walks away from the undergraduate student particularly should have project management, mindset. I don't know, it may be that if you really look at the way curriculum has changed worldwide in last few years, another category of subjects which have been introduced is called interdisciplinary core. Okay, generally core subjects used to be very disciplinary, but I think now most of the universities in India and abroad have started interdisciplinary core. And for example, AI has become an interdisciplinary core, which is a horizontal for all the branches, whatever it may be. Or another is a sustainability is an interdisciplinary core. We hope some of the universities will take project management as an interdisciplinary core. And you introduce, generally in the current situation, we see some of the project management courses are also restricted to civil, mechanical, and management. But I think it's needed by everyone. I'm sure you will consider this particular aspect. And I'm also taking liberty that IPMA would help you in case if you want to introduce such a course in your universities, etc. And also think of your students doing IPMA level D. If they go to their placements with level D in hand, I'm sure it's going to add a lot of value to them. And this thing is key, at least some of the universities now should think of a dual degree of bachelor's with MBA in project management. That may be another possible consideration. So with those words, I thank all the panelists who are industry leaders for coming here and spending their time and also supporting this conference in a big way. Thank you.
Please be there. Please. So this is a very interesting discussion. Professor Rao, he has introduced the D-level certification in IIT Delhi. So similarly, IIM Trichy has introduced very well. So there are universities who are already doing the program leading to level D. IPMA has introduced a very good thing called Young Crew. So these Young Crew people, they are all from the universities doing just getting the graduation. And now IPMA has introduced Kids program. Kids means it's in school level and for different ages. So the introduction of project management in schools and colleges is a mandatory requirement from the IPMA point of view. And as you have discussed, we would request you to introduce in your universities. And Ramya University has already introduced, IIT has introduced, and now we will ask Hindustan and Rajalakshmi also to introduce that, and also the C.V. Raman University. To honor our guests, we would like to give the memento. I will tell you. So thank you for this session. Now please note your time is now 1:15. The minister is coming at 2 o'clock. So we have to finish the lunch quickly. I think we'll break for lunch, 45 minutes only we have. Quickly come, take lunch and come back.
Okay. Chair.
gentlemen, we have the pleasure to invite our chief guest of the day and a guest of honor. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed delegates, speakers, industry leaders, academicians, and students joining us from across India and around the world. Vanakkam, Namaste, and a very good afternoon. On behalf of the International Project Management Association and PMA India, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the IPMA Global Project Profession Forum 2026 here at the beautiful Radisson Blu Resort Temple Bay, Mahabalipuram. We gathered today under a powerful and timely theme, co-creating a global transformation through project management, embracing AI, innovation, and sustainability. As we stand at the crossroads of rapid technological progress and pressing environmental imperatives, this forum serves as a vital platform for exploring how project management can become a dynamic catalyst for global impact. We are deeply honored by the presence of eminent dignitaries who have made time to be a part of this inaugural function. In pursuit of knowledge, we begin this auspicious gathering by invoking divine blessings. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu, a traditional invocation honoring the spirit and heritage of Mother Tamil.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென நிகழ்வரத கண்டனிகள் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Kindly be seated. On this occasion, we have with us Thiru Ambala Chelvar Palani Murugan, who will enlighten us about Kalaivani.
பத்து விரல் மீட்டும் வீணையின் இசையில் இருப்பாள் பத்து விரல் மீட்டும் வீணையின் இசையில் இருப்பாள் முத்துப்பரல் முல்லை மலர் சிரிப்பில் ஜொலித்திடுவாள். முத்துப்பரல் முல்லை மலர் சிரிப்பில் ஜொலித்திடுவாள். கத்துக்குரல் குயிலின் பாட்டில் கலந்திருப்பாள். கத்துக்குரல் குயிலின் பாட்டிலும் கலந்திருப்பாள். வித்தாரல் ஞான ஒளி உயிர்களுக்கு தந்திடுவாள். வித்தாரல் ஞான ஒளி உயிர்களுக்கு தந்திடுவாள். அன்னை ஆதிசக்தி புவன கலீஸ்வரியாம் கலைவாணியை வணங்கிடுவோம் வணங்கிடுவோம் கொண்டாடி மகிழ்ந்திடுவோம். வணங்கிடுவோம் வணங்கிடுவோம் கொண்டாடி மகிழ்ந்திடுவோம். நன்றி.
We hold the symbolic gesture of the illumination of knowledge and the spirit of collaboration that guides our proceedings with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, our traditional kuttuvilakku. May I respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you, dignitaries. It is now my honor to invite a visionary leader and scientist whose contributions to India's strategic and technological advancement are widely acknowledged. I invite Dr. A. Sivadhanu Pillai, President of IPMA India, Founder, CEO, Managing Director of BrahMos, to formally welcome the gathering.
Very good afternoon. Respected Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu, Thiru N. Ram, Mr. Anil Razdan, our patron, IPMA President, Mr. Bladen, Vice President, Mr. Vladimir, and esteemed guests who have come from abroad as well as from India, the speakers in various forums, industry captains, vice chancellors, deans, professors, students, PMA management committee members, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed delighted to welcome all of you for this two-day Global Project Professional Forum. We have started it in the morning. We are through with some of the discussions in this beautiful place called Temple Bay at Mahabalipuram. We are grateful to the Minister for consenting to be the chief guest of the conclave to provide us his valuable thoughts on professional development. We are fortunate to have him here in this forum as he is completely qualified to give a new direction to professional development. Following his graduation in chemical engineering from National Institute of Technology, Trichy, he obtained his master's degree in operational research and a PhD in engineering psychology at University at Buffalo. His vast experience in financial management, human resource development, and information technology has played a very important role in shaping him to be one of the top leaders of our country, particularly to give a professional development for Tamil Nadu. His contributions to Tamil Nadu is well known. Today, Tamil Nadu is economically one of the lead countries in the state. In the whole of India is the first country to have more than 11% the growth rate. We also with us Padma Bhushan Thiru N. Ram as guest of honor, well-known journalist and political analyst, speaker, and well versed with all our Indian political systems and also for the whole world. He was the managing director of Hindu and now currently is the director of the Hindu group. So he got his master's degree from Presidency College in Chennai in 1966 and later his MS in journalism from Columbia University. So he's also a good thinker and a good advisor for professional development. So I take this opportunity to welcome these two great gentlemen who have come here to advise us how we should take shape in professional development. Also, I would like to welcome all the audience, including the president of IPMA, vice presidents, former presidents, and all the dignitaries who have come. I'm really glad that this forum is already is doing very well. The halfway we are through. So thank you so much for coming, and I request all of you to honor the presence of the minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is now my distinct privilege to invite the president of the IPMA, Professor Dr. Mladen Vukomanovic, a distinct academic and global thought leader in project management competence, innovation, and sustainability, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good afternoon. Respected President Dr. Pillai, Minister Rajan, distinguished guests, it is really my great pleasure to welcome you here for the Project Professional Forum hosted by PMA India. IPMA is a federation of association of more than 70 countries around the world who have the same vision and passion, and we share the same mission of advocating and promoting project management. We were just discussing before we came into this room, the respected audience, especially the Minister of IT, how insecure, how volatile, how ambiguous our environment is, and how people tend to perceive projects and endeavors just from their own perspective. We truly believe that we need to shift the paradigm into a more sustainable environment. We need to think together. We need to join our forces and engage our stakeholders and expectations early as possible. So therefore, We believe in projects as endeavors of planning, of perceiving, of sensing, and building a sustainable requirements into our investments. We cannot live alone, we cannot work alone, we cannot invest alone. We believe that the world deserves a better chance. We believe that the world deserves project management as a vehicle of sustainability. I know it's maybe sometimes when you come from the corporate world or you come from the profession and you say, okay, the projects are investments. Sustainability can be just one of the legal requirements, but this is not what we advocate for. We advocate in our standards is that the project management needs to be a vehicle of sustainability. Therefore, every investment, every endeavor, every wish, every interest that is built into a project needs to go through a black box we call projects. And in this black box, there are certain methods, processes, and tools which will produce a sustainable effect. So not all projects need to succeed. I remember 20, 30 years ago, we were promoting all project needs to succeed. We don't believe this. We only believe that for a sustainable, a regenerative design, are the project which needs to succeed. We believe that we need to join forces and build back a better world. I will not now go into theories and methodologies. I know I've seen the program. That program is very fascinating. Congratulations to PMA, one of our strongest member associations around the world, and Dr. Pillai for this achieving such a great event and inviting such fabulous speakers. I wish you a joyful event. Don't forget to network, to exchange practices, to have great takeaways and connect. Usually, we say that if you don't connect in 3 to 4 days after the events, all the contacts are gone. So exchange, communicate, connect. You have a global audience of people in love with project management, and I wish you great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malada, for your visionary thoughts. We are honored to have with us a distinguished voice from the world of journalism and public discourse. Mr. N. Ram, Director of the Hindu Group and former Managing Director of the Hindu, has long contributed to informed dialogue on governance, development, and global affairs. I humbly invite Mr. N. Ram, our guest of honor, to deliver the special address.
Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, and may I say, one of our brightest and best. Professor Ukomanovic, President IPMA, my long-standing friend Dr. Sivathanu Pillai, President of PMA India, patron PMA, a very distinguished former civil servant, Anil Rasdan, delegates, friends. It's an honor to be here, and I'm still learning about your movement, project management. Many of us are involved in project management without using that term. I suppose it presupposes efficiency, qualifications, capability, professionalism, and perhaps above all, integrity. That I suppose these are some of the values that are behind your movement, because often there is a gap between what is announced, typically by governments, and how projects, specific projects, whether they are large or small, are managed. And I hope after this event, after your meetings, to learn more about the work of your association, both international and national. There seems to be a lot of momentum here, perhaps after a period of, should I say, some stagnation. It's bound to be there. So I see a lot of energy here and a lot of interest in this. And I was one of those who would like to learn more about it. I thought in the limited time available here, it would be most useful if I made some observations about my own field, media and journalism, under the impact of one of the most consequential technological shifts in the history of our particular domain, namely artificial intelligence, which is now quite seriously embedded in the daily workflows of newsrooms across the world. Projects are undertaken. I can give you examples from the New York Times or the Financial Times, and even from Indian cases, including the Hindu, where some of the challenges come up, but also the opportunities. It could be a slippery slope if you don't get the policy right, the overall framework. If you don't put ethical guidelines around what your people are doing, and then gradually it's down the slippery slope. So I think it's very useful to break down the adoption of artificial technology, artificial intelligence, and the various tools and resources that are now available at an affordable cost, I would say, in India, certainly for the media. And there's a great deal happening here, but are these projects leading anywhere? Are the projects properly conceived? Is this how AI should be used? Are we taking enough precautions against the risks that are out there, that everyone is talking about? These are extremely well known. What could happen if there is no policy for the whole organization, binding on all the people? You've got to make them sign and swear by that. And any deviation, for any deviation, there has to be a consequence, accountability, including penalties, but also rewards for good compliance. But before I touch on my domain, I'd like to mention that two examples I've come across, particularly the first one, I think are outstanding examples of project management where all the values that I mentioned were present, where the drivers, some of them were the drivers for this force, and that is the BrahMos project, where we have your president now was the former managing director and CEO of this project. I think it was well conceived. And for those who are not aware of this, the details, Russia and India partnered it, partnered the whole project for, he can talk about it. But I visited the place, thanks to Dr. Sivathanu Pillai, and it was meticulously conceived, planned, and executed. And I think it's one of the finest products, whether you like missiles or not, it's another matter. Whether you're a peacenik or those who believe that we should strengthen our military capabilities, that is irrelevant. But once a job was given, I think one could give very, very high marks for this. And another example is the gentleman sitting there, General Brar, who's worked on tanks, and I hope to learn a lot more about it. He's, again, it's delivered earlier than promised, and excellent project management must have been at play. I just want to mention what we do, the kind of projects we do. In the Hindu, before that, the Financial Times, I think, is an exemplary model for project management. I'll just give you two examples. The FT, that is the Financial Times, has long measured engagement by how much time readers spend with their content. And for the FT and many publishers, stronger engagement directly leads to subscriptions. If you know, measurement is very important, data are very important, and if there is stronger engagement, then it directly correlates with consumers who are most likely to continue subscribing. So they set up something called AI Accelerate, and this is a project that has been very successfully completed. implemented, and it is delivering very good results. An example of what works, a project for generating article summaries and also producing Q&As, frequently asked questions, on which there must be a human at the end of the loop. But if you do that, these summaries do not prevent, they found, do not deter people from reading the full story, but the summary is very, very helpful for readers to select what stories are worth reading, and that leads to deeper engagement. And the FT's experiment here with this project has been extremely successful. They set up, looking ahead, planning better than most media organizations in the world. They have been experimenting with AI for years, and in early 2024, they set up a small team called Accelerate AI. This team, interestingly, was like the BrahMos project, ring-fenced, without having a backlog of requests or old systems to support and maintain. Instead, the goals were to understand the opportunities and threats AI presented for the Financial Times. It looked at what was happening with AI, examined questions such as what are FT's competitors doing and who are the new players, and then I think they've come up with a very successful set of projects. For example, using AI to draw links in obscure data sets, which journalists will find almost impossible to navigate. I don't want to go into more. These can be read on the WAN IFRA website. That's the world industry body doing this. And so far as the Hindu is concerned, we do summaries, we do questions. Quizzes are very interesting for readers. We do search engine optimization, where it's not out there, but it's hidden, and it usually works. But apart from that, you need projects. So our IT team, working with the editorial teams, christened a project called Project Sarvagna. It's a groundbreaking. Our people claim, our Chief Technology Officer, Suresh Vijayaraghavan, claims that this is an initiative that exemplifies good project management. It seamlessly blends history with cutting-edge technology, unlocking over 145 years of rich journalist archives. Our archives have been digitized from the 1880s, from the early 1880s. And if a journalist wants to write an article now, this is internally developed in-house by the IT team, by the tech team. You can summon material that is relevant, both text and images. And this is currently actually being used. We'll know how effectively and what the reward is for this over a long time. It'll take quite a long time to measure this, but this is, I think, entirely conceived, architected, and implemented by our in-house IT team. And I think there are many more examples that I can talk about. The India president has advised me to stay within 10 minutes. So it's an exciting field there. Various major media organizations are experimenting with this. Finally, I would like to point out that in Tamil Nadu, a state that is among the leaders among states in India, look at per capita income, look at social indicators, look at women employed in manufacturing. Do you know that about 40% of women working all over India in the manufacturing sector are in Tamil Nadu? One state alone accounts for 40% plus. The minister may give you the exact figures if you ask him, and so on. So we have many advantages here, and I think it is because when promises are made, you need to deliver them. If you do not deliver them, people will punish you for it. Sooner or later, you can't fool them all the time, so they will punish you for it. So you got to, in politics as well, there may be many weaknesses here. There are many gaps. There are faults also. There are things that have to be fixed, serious issues. But is it a government that delivers? This is a question that you have to ask. And your project management movement, I think, whether you're working on a small scale or a large scale or a mega project, I think provides many insights and lessons and also warnings if you fail to take this branch of governance or any human endeavor seriously. I thank you for this opportunity, and I'll now make way for our minister because, as I said, he's one of the brightest and the best we have in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Ram, for your thoughtful and compelling address. Distinguished guests, it is now time for the address by our chief guest. We are deeply honored to welcome Honorable Mr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. Under his leadership, Tamil Nadu continues to strengthen its digital infrastructure and innovation ecosystem, aligning seamlessly with today's theme of AI-driven transformation and sustainable development. May I respectfully invite our chief guest to address this august gathering.
The President of IPMA, Professor Dr. Mladen Vukomanovic, the President of PMA India, and the Founder, CEO, and Managing Director of BrahMos, Dr. A. Sivadhanapillai, the Patron of PMA India, and the former Secretary Power for the Government of India, Thiru Anil Razdan, the many office bearers, members of the IPMA that have come here, my friend General Brar, and many of the distinguished military officers, Padma Bhushan senior journalist Thiru N. Ram, who's been very gracious in his comments. I see before me the Vice Chancellor of SRM University, and I'm sure there are many more academics like him here, the Chairman of NLC, the delegates, the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And thank you very much first for inviting me and then bearing with me. I must tell you that when I was invited, I gave this date to Dr. Pillai, and then as we're nearing elections, my schedule got a bit messed up, so I actually was in Madurai till last night. And I flew in this morning thinking I would speak to you and fly back to Madurai, but then again, events interceded, so I had to ask for it to be shifted to the afternoon, cancel my trip back, and I didn't have time to go home and change into a suit, so I've come straight from the airport and the Secretariat. But thank you for bearing with me and giving me this platform and this opportunity to be with you. Actually, for me, this is the second time I've addressed a PMA gathering. Ironically, the first time was in Madurai when I was an opposition MLA in my first term in 2017 or 18. And I was very impressed that such an organization existed and it had a conference in Madurai. Because I must say that it was heartening to me to know two things about this conference. First, that there's 12,000 professionals in India who are members of this. That's a great start. We may need 120,000 eventually, in my view, but 12,000 is a great start. And also that this global Project Professionals Forum is being held outside Europe for the first time. What better place than India, where we have so much of the world's working population today and will do for the next 20 years or so. I must also say that my career has taken 2 or 3 transformations. I was a student for a long time, but I was mostly in the engineering, manufacturing sector till about 1999. Then I was in financial services after getting my MBA in finance at the Sloan School at MIT. I was at investment banks, universal banks around the world. And then after 30 years as an expatriate, I came back to India and became an elected representative, first as an opposition member and member of the Assembly's Public Accounts Committee, where we scrutinized the audit reports and understood all the ways that government fails. And then 5 years as a minister, the first 2 in charge of finance and planning and personnel and pretty much all of the administration, and then the last 3 in charge of information technology and digital services. And I say this because back in the days when I was in the engineering manufacturing field, I thought the greatest complexity I had ever seen was large systems that had great scale. Like I had been to the factory, I don't think it exists anymore, in Everett, Washington, where they used to have an assembly line to build the large body Boeings, including the 767 and the 747, which was like 8 miles or 10 miles long, one factory with a continuous assembly line. And I thought to myself, imagine the complexity of managing that process where parts come in from 30 or 40 states, and you start with a frame at one end and a fully assembled 747 at the other. I also had the luxury of visiting some big naval shipyards and some big mines, 100 million tons a year kind of mines. And as a former engineer, as a former operations research major, marveled at the complexity of planning, building, and managing such systems. But then I went into the world of finance, and I realized that project management is even more complex in the service sector, particularly in the age of derivatization, globalization, securitization, when I was in banking. And the amount of systemic improvement that was needed to deal with the level of innovation that was happening was too high. In fact, part of the reason we had the global financial crisis is that neither the regulators nor the large market makers and players built the infrastructure and the systems to deal with the huge complexity that came with massive innovation in, as I say, derivatization and securitization. And then, of course, now I'm in government, and at least for a while, when I was in my old portfolio, we looked a lot at managing infrastructure projects and government projects. And in all of these, I am again and again reminded that possibly the weakest link is the execution capability. And a big part of that execution capability is not things like engineering, but actually project management, is administration, is the actual oversight. So I'm thrilled that such conferences bring people like you together, that you use these opportunities to not just network, as your president said, but also to enhance your understanding, to increase your skill set, to get exposed to new platforms and products, which I think some of the exhibitors out there will have. And in particular, given the theme you have this year, I thought I'd say a few things about AI, innovation, and sustainability. For me, it starts with digitalization. One of the best experiences I had in terms of thought-provoking was visiting the global headquarters of the Nemetschek Group in Munich 2 or 3 years ago, right after I took over this portfolio. And I realized the kind of possibilities that were becoming available in terms of building information, modeling, management, both execution, but more than execution, planning, once you had enough of a database, and eventually O&M, which I saw many old, large, complex buildings were retrofitting their digital twins so that they could have a better idea, because all people are temporary. You know, nobody stays in a firm forever. Buildings stay for a long time. And as people transition out, if you only have blueprints and physical plans, the knowledge gets lost. So these digital twins actually are such a huge improvement. And I thought about the many ways that the government could benefit from it. And by logic, because India is such a big player in technology and now in AI, we have 2-3 major companies that are growing rapidly. I'm very happy that one of them is in Madurai and started about 2 years ago with nothing, now has about 1,800 employees and is going to open a new facility with my chief minister where I will attend in Madurai, which is my constituency, in about a week from now, and that'll be another 1,200 people. And this is just purely BIM related work, and they have major projects like the Dubai airport and other things. So in this age of digitalization, I think the first improvement is that you get institutional memory, continuity, stability, individual, independent institutional continuity. But then in the age of AI, you're going to get all kinds of additional benefits, because the more you digitalize, the more data you feed, the more likely these engines learn accurately, and they can start doing things predictively, which I'll give you an example why that's so important to us. Now, there's a lot of risk in AI. I mean, not that I'm that sophisticated in AI, but I've been in the technology space for a while now, one way or the other. My PhD dissertation was on human cognition and computer interface design, back when they were just about starting to have Windows and the Apple Macs. I age myself, but anyway, even in this coming of AI, while the computing power and the amount of data has grown infinitely, unimaginably compared to 20 years ago, the models have deep limitations. Every day we are learning more and more. You saw a few days ago a senior person retire or resign from Claude's parent company. And the letter he wrote was very thought-provoking, because he was worried that we were removing all the guardrails and that these engines are not nearly as sophisticated as we think they are, and they're easily misled, and because they learn a lot more from mistakes than from successful outcomes, they may be learning the wrong things altogether, or they may be programmed to make shortcuts that nobody has really contemplated. So I think, though this coming of the age of AI is probably more impactful, at least in kind of menial work, it comes with also much greater risks than the previous coming of age of AI. And in that context, this is one field where I think we will have relatively good risk-return metrics, because as long as the data going in is relatively pure, we're only asking it to do extrapolation or learning patterns in a limited way with a very pure data set. The problem with these large models that are taking all the things under the sun is that the old adage of garbage in, garbage out, you end up with a lot of nonsense. You end up with, fantastic imagination of these engines creating all kinds of records that don't exist. But in your field, as long as the data is clean, I think the potential of AI is very high and the risk is relatively low. The same way I would say sustainability, as your president pointed out, is the need of the hour, and it is up to people like you to build it into your kind of initial description of the work, your project description, because it's much, much easier to do this from day one, retrofitting things or trying to bring in a improved environmental outcome that is reduced environmental impact is much harder than if it's designed right the first time. And actually the cost of relative efficiency in terms of reducing environmental impact is significantly lower now than it used to be a while ago, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's efficient cooling systems, whether it is material, recycled material, all of these, there's been huge innovation, and you can get cheaper, better materials now than you ever have, and it's going to keep going in that direction. I think there's so much innovation coming. Even in Tamil Nadu, when I travel around, I find young people who are innovating to suit their circumstances, coming up with such impressive possibilities, and I hope they'll get funded and we'll get to see the outcomes. I must say something about the government. That is, in the last 10 years, both in opposition and in office, actually governments are quite bad at project management. Most of us actually have lost the ability to do any real work. At one point, governments actually employed engineers to build things. Now we only have engineers to manage contractors. And that management is less than ideal. There was a World Bank report published around the time that I took office as a minister for the first time, right after the second wave of COVID, or during the second wave of COVID. And it highlighted that the vast majority of government projects in most countries run over cost, over budget, and over time. Right? And in many cases, it is because of this political disease where we announce first and then we plan later. Right? Everybody wants to have the credit of the announcement. So every politician is inclined to first announce, then check the feasibility, then check the design, then check the cost. And these things naturally lead to bad outcomes. There are things we can do about it. After we took office, we restarted a committee that had originally been established 20 years ago, again, on World Bank recommendations, called the Large Infrastructure Oversight Committee, Large Infrastructure Projects Oversight Committee. Of course, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, they didn't have the platforms to manage it as well as we can now. So one of the rare occasions where I asked the Chief Secretary, I said, given my personal background, technical background, I would actually like to be chairman of this committee myself. And as many of you know, in the age of democracy that we live in, many of these committees are only IAS officer committees. There are very few committees or public sector enterprises where there's actually elected representatives who sit in an executive position. But in this case, it was a committee that had hundreds of projects. You can imagine a state like Tamil Nadu, which has annual budgets of 3-4 lakh crores and capex budgets of 40, 50, 60,000 crores. We'll have lots and lots of projects. So these big projects, and they continue over time. So we announce every year 50,000, and then we're doing collectively multi-year projects. And we started building the platforms for it. So first we started building trackers and, by department, what is the name of the project, what date did it start, what is the status, how much of the physical work is done, how much of the bills have been settled, and so forth. And I would say it had significant impact and improvement, particularly recovering from COVID and the massive disruption in work cycles. But at some point I started getting worried that the data was not being updated often enough, though we would meet once a month. And in many cases, I wasn't that confident that the data reflected reality. Meeting is tomorrow, somebody enters some number today. I'm not sure I can go and check it personally. That's where I think AI and image processing come in. We've already in Tamil Nadu framed our own policy. This is not the forum for me to go into detail about that, but the early use cases that we have on government platforms is for things like eye checkups, retinal scans, oral health checkups, crop surveys, insurance validation for crop insurance, and a lot of these image-based compared to massive databases that have enough cases that they're thoughtful and very likely to be accurate is quite high and quite good. So I think, in my understanding, were I to be back in the chairmanship of that committee, I would actually do a lot more drone AI validation of all the data that I was getting and actually have confidence that these projects were running the way they were supposed to be. What's important about government projects is that usually governments can borrow at the lowest cost of financing of anybody in an economy because they're the government, they're the place that raises taxes and prints the bills. And usually the projects governments undertake are very high multiplier effect projects like roads, water systems, hospitals, greenfield, industrial sites, etc. So in that sense, if the project management of the government improves, its impact both in terms of efficiency of government spending as well as actual acceleration of growth variables is quite high. So I think, in every way, in of course in the commercial space, of course in the services space. As I say, my own experience in the financial services sector, huge improvements can be made with the right professionals and the right process, thinking process of project management, particularly in the age of sustainability. AI, for all its other benefits, is going to have huge negative environmental impacts because it's a guzzler of power and of water and other resources. So these are some things we have to balance out. I was just talking to the president, international president, at lunchtime and saying that had I the option, I would have liked to stay and listen to some of the presentations because I'm sure I would have learned quite a bit, but sadly I have some other events to go to today. So I'm going to leave after this inauguration, but it's only my loss. I hope the rest of the day is a great gain for all of you. You get to learn and see things and expand your understanding and build new networks and friendships. And I'm so happy that you chose to do this here. It's always kind of second order effect for us because more of our professionals, more of our young people will find it easier to participate if you do it in Chennai as opposed to, I don't know, Delhi. And so we're happy you chose to do it here. We aim to be a big player in the defense sector, which is where many of you are from, the industrial sector, where many of you are from. As I say, we know we can get benefits in the government sector. And so we need a lot more of you, and we need you to do much better and become better at what you do. And so I wish all of you the best. I thank you for coming and thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address. Ladies and gentlemen, the much-awaited occasion of this glorious event is here. We now proceed to the prestigious award ceremony. IPMA has instituted a prestigious recognition, IPMA Delta Certificate, for the best performing industry that demonstrate outstanding competence and excellence in managing projects, programs, and portfolios. I request Professor Reinhard Wagner, founder and CEO of Proxibison GmbH and former president of IPMA, to say a few words about the IPMA Delta certification. Please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we all agree that projects are done by people, and people competence is decisive for the success of all projects. But now we have organizations, companies that orchestrate all these projects and programs. And this morning I talked about portfolio management as a strategic function for the orchestration, so that we realize what we have in our PowerPoint slides and in our vision mission statements. And Delta is exactly about that. We look into the organizational competence. So how does an organization orchestrate all these projects and programs? And with the portfolio management and governance, I'm stopping here because we look very deep into an organization to find excellence. And we have one company here, now with the managing director on stage, which we can testify, and we have found evidence that this company is very excellent in orchestrating all the projects they do, not only in their core business, but we also talked about this morning that it's about the people and it's about the impact we do in our society. So I especially liked the CSR project that you are doing as a company for your community, for the region here. So Delta is about the impact of project management and excellent project management to our society. It's not just for the profit, it's not just to praise methodology, no, it's the impact that we have on the society. And so give an applause to this company, which is excellent in India and in the world on project management.
Thank you, Professor, for highlighting the significance of this esteemed recognition. We now confer the IPMA Delta Certificate upon NLC India Limited Neyveli in recognition of its excellence. There's a short video to show you.
In an increasingly complex and fast-evolving global
I request
environment,
Honorable Chief Guest
organizational
and the President of
excellence is
IPMA
defined by the ability to translate strategy
to kindly
into
present
projects delivered
the certificate to
consistently,
NLC India
transparently,
Limited.
and at scale. With this strategic clarity, NLC India Limited embarked on its IPMA Delta certification journey in May 2025, driven by a strong resolve to benchmark its project management maturity against globally recognized
We have with us
standards.
the directors of
From the
NLC.
outset, the journey was anchored
Kindly
in
join, sir.
unwavering leadership commitment, led by Sri Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, Chairman and Managing Director, NLC
Shri M.
India
Prasanna
Limited.
Kumar,
His
Motupalli,
lead
Chairman
by
and Managing
example
Director of
leadership
NLC,
set the tone for
and
an
other
enterprise-wide
directors
transformation.
now
Under his
receive this
guidance,
prestigious
NLC
honor.
India Limited adopted a structured and disciplined organizational approach, strengthening governance frameworks, standardizing project management practices, building internal competencies, and aligning projects directly with strategic objectives. The IPMA Delta journey involved
Congratulations
a rigorous,
on this
multi-stage,
remarkable achievement.
independent assessment process.
I request
encompassing
Mr. Prasanna Kumar to
comprehensive
kindly share a
documentation
few
reviews,
words
detailed
on this
evaluations of
occasion.
project excellence, and in-depth
Respected and honorable Minister in Tamil Nadu government, presidents of IPMA and PMA, Ramji and Anil Rajdanaji, and all dignitaries on the dais, I feel honored and privileged to receive a Delta certification of IPMA, and this is the first company in India to get this certification. NLC, as you know, is a 70-year-old company. We started with lignite production and subsequently diversified into coal mining, renewables, green hydrogen, storage, energy storage. So we were executing the projects with our experience of 70 years. But when we identified that to take the organization to further higher levels and to have the target of Vikasit Bharat by 2047, something better is required. At that point of time, we came in touch with IPMAG. I thank Pilleji for motivating us. And once that process of IPMA Delta certification started, we were very much impressed with the way the things are evaluated, and the entire process of evaluation is so meticulous, and we were very much inspired with the entire process. And I thank our Honorable Minister for Coal and Mines, Secretary Coal, Ministry of Coal, and NLCIL team members, and PMA and IPMA for giving this certification first time in the country. This is not only recognition for NLCIL, it is recognition to all the public sector in the country and the country as a whole. And this award I dedicate to our entire NLCIL team members whose commitment and dedication resulted into this. Thank you. Thank you all.
The PMA Lifetime Achievement Award is one of the highest honors conferred by PMA India during the global meet every year, recognizing individuals whose extraordinary vision, leadership, and lifelong contributions have profoundly shaped industries and advanced the practice of project management. Over the years, this distinguished award has been presented to eminent personalities: Dr. E. Sridharan, the Metroman of India; Dr. A.M. Nayak, Chairman Emeritus of Larsen & Toubro; Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former Chairman of Atomic Energy Commission of India. Continuing this proud tradition, The PMA Lifetime Achievement Award 2025 is being conferred upon Dr. Kota Hari Narayana, the Chief Architect of India's Light Combat Aircraft Tejas program. LCA Tejas has been in service in the Indian Air Force for the last 25 years. 2026 marks the Silver Jubilee year, making this recognition even more special. We have a brief video tribute to watch as well.
Dr. Kota Harinarayana is an acclaimed aircraft designer, a systems engineer, and a leader of Indian aerospace industry. As Program Director and Chief Designer of India's Light Combat Aircraft, Dr. Kota led the efforts in developing a state-of-art, fourth-generation supersonic fighter aircraft LCA Tejas for Indian and foreign air forces. He
Artists,
developed the first
congratulations, sir.
aerospace ecosystem in the
I
country
request
through
you
LCA
to
Tejas.
say a few words
As
to our
Chief
gathering.
Designer of
Please,
Al
sir.
Nasir, he upgraded the MiG.
It is indeed a surprise and a pleasant surprise to get the Lifetime Achievement Award. For I'm a professional who is the president of PMA, that is Dr. Sratan Pillai. And I'm very happy that such distinguished people are here. And I think we traveled from a state where we were, the chances of our success was less than 1% to having an aircraft which is now successfully developed, entered into service, and the largest number of orders for an aircraft in India from Indian Air Force has come now. Okay, so it is. I really feel happy. Thousands of people in Tamil Nadu, whole of India, outside India, they work together, and it is an example of where you make what look to be impossible to be a reality with the best of the technologies available anywhere in the world. Okay, that is the thing. Thank you very much, sir. It is my pleasure to be here with all of you, with all the professionals, and to be recognized by a program project management team is a great honor to me. Thank you very much.
The PMA Honorary Fellowship is conferred to leaders from institutions in acknowledgement of their outstanding contributions to advancing project management through education, research, innovation, and the effective implementation of project management practices. It's our privilege to confer the PMA Honorary Fellowship 2025 upon the following distinguished leaders. As we call upon the names, we kindly request the awardees to come to the dais. I request our chief guest to felicitate our awardees. First on, Dr. S. Somanath, former chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, for his exceptional leadership and contributions to India's space and innovation ecosystem. We welcome you, sir. Muthamil Selvan, I request we have 4 more awardees. Professor C. Muthamil Selvan, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, for his visionary leadership in integrating project management into higher education and research. Kumar Raina, Vice Chancellor, MS Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, for his contributions to academic excellence and project-oriented learning. I request Dr. Sarath Kumar to receive the award on his behalf. Dr. Tangam Meghanathan, Chairperson Rajalakshmi Group of Institutions, for her commitment to advancing project management, education, and institutional development. The award will be delivered to her with our sincere appreciation and recognition. Dr. M.J. Shankar Raman, Chief Executive Officer of IITM Pravartak Technologies Foundation, for providing unique gadgets for cybersecurity during Operation Sindoor. I request Dr. Veera Raghavan to receive the award. Organizational Excellence Award recognizes organizations that have demonstrated exceptional competence, leadership, and excellence in the successful execution of projects that contribute significantly to national development and strategic advancement. The PMA Organizational Excellence Award for this year, 2025, is being conferred upon two distinguished organizations. The award is presented to Defense Research and Development Laboratory, DRDL, Hyderabad, for its exemplary project management and significant contributions to Operation Sindoor through the successful delivery of critical defense systems including BrahMos, Akash, and MRSAM. A distinguished scientist, Shri Ankati Raju, Director, DRDL, is receiving the award. The PMA Organizational Excellence Award 2025 for the next organization is presented to NLC India Limited. Mr. Prasanna Kumar is receiving the award for their advancing sustainable energy and infrastructure development execution. The PMA Institutional Excellence Award is conferred upon academic and training institutions that have demonstrated exceptional commitment to advancing project management, education, and embedding professional competencies within their academic and training frameworks. The award is being conferred upon two distinguished institutions. First, I call upon the institution College of Defense Management, CDM Secunderabad, for its pioneering efforts in integrating IPMA certification as a regular component of its armed forces training programs. Major General P. Srinivas is receiving the award. Next, the award is presented to the Indian Institute of Management, IIM Tiruchirappalli, the first management institution in India to integrate IPMA certification within its MBA curriculum, thereby equipping future management professionals with globally recognized project management competencies. We have with us Mr. Satish Maheshwarappa, Dean, Academics, IIM Tiruchirappalli, to receive the award. Congratulations to all awardees. May I request the dignitaries to be seated. It's time to felicitate our special guests. As a mark of our respect and appreciation, may I request Dr. Pillai and IPMA President to present the shawl and memento to our chief guest. Mr. N. Ram, please accept our token of gratitude and love. To conclude the inaugural ceremony, I invite Ms. Laura Lasai, Chief Operating Officer of IPMA and a dynamic leader, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, respected leaders, dear participants. Namaste. It's a true honor and privilege to attend the IPMA Global Project Profession Forum here in incredible India, a nation of vision, of resilience, of innovation, and an ancient wisdom. We are here in a beautiful Mahabalipuram, surrounded by beautiful, magnificent temples protected by UNESCO. But India has always built more than just monuments. India has built temples and also modern megacities and gigacities. This country has developed a huge and impressive digital infrastructure, as also witnessed by the industry heavyweights, company representatives that are here with us in Mahabalipuram. And yet, let us remember, a tool never built a bridge. It's the people who do. Tools are important, strategies and methodologies are important, technology is powerful, but ultimately it's the competent, empowered and value-driven professionals who deliver the vision and turn it into reality. At IPMA, we are here as your global partner, supporting you in honing your project management skills and competences, not just to deliver projects, but to deliver impact. We believe that strong project management competences also create strong professionals, and strong professionals create a strong nation. This is why we are especially proud to be represented here in India by Dr. Pillai under his visionary leadership as President of PMA India. Through the guidance of Dr. Pillai and the dedication of PMA India, the project profession in this country keeps growing. It continues to strengthen and increase its influence. As we gather here today, I invite you to reflect on the projects in your organization, the projects of your communities, the projects of your people. Just ask yourselves, do our teams have the competences needed to build the bridges that last? Bridges that can stand firmly not only against the time, but also against the uncertainty and changes. Bridges that support sustainable development and create value for the generations to come. Projects are no longer local efforts. They connect industries, countries, cultures, economies, and people across continents. In this spirit, the IPMA Global Project Management Forum is not just an event, it's a meeting of minds and of building of bridges. Here I encourage you to, in these 2 days, to connect, learn, share, challenge ideas, build partnerships, and especially build bridges, not only for today's opportunities, but also for tomorrow's transformation. On behalf of IPMA, let me express our sincere appreciation for this event. May this forum inspire us to co-create a sustainable bridge to the future. Thank you very much. Dayanavad.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. To capture this moment in memory, I request all the awardees to kindly come onto the dais for a quick group photograph. Please come with your awards. Dear awardees, kindly. Please join us. That was a lovely evening. Thank you very much. Before we break for tea, I would like to announce that we have 2 important keynote speeches after tea break. Please join us as soon as you come back from break. We will hear from Dr. S. Somanath and Mr. Roberto Mori. Also, the remaining awards will be presented at the gala dinner time in the evening. So please stay back and be a part of the cultural event and the gala dinner tonight. Thank you.
I have connector. See, please. He doesn't understand what you are speaking.
This is for audios.
No, there is no jack.
No, it's connected. This you have to remove. The laptop.
MIDI, no, sorry. HDMI, na? HDMI. HDMI.
அங்க change பண்ணு.
I'll use straight keyboard.
No, அங்க display பண்ணனும். கனெக்ட் ஆகும். So after this we will check in your room, sir. After presentation, your room check-in we will do it.
No, I'm not staying.
Oh, you're not staying, sir?
Okay. You can allocate if you want somebody else.
Okay.
Going back to Chennai. I had an early morning flight.
Yeah.
So otherwise I'll have difficulty.
Sure. Again, early morning you have to get up. If they are, at least it will be quiet.
It is very near to by, no?
Sure. Yeah, okay. Matila. Okay, sir.
You can change it to the...
Oh, change it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good coffee break. I request you to settle down in your seats. We'll now move on to, there are two keynote speeches. It's my privilege and honor to welcome Dr. S. Somanath, former chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, for the keynote speech on impact of space missions in fostering an innovation ecosystem. Please, sir.
You all know about Dr. Somanath. He is the prime person who has made the Chandrayaan-3 realizable. So it's a great achievement, and he is one of the greatest scientists we have got. Now he has become Chancellor of the Chanakya University in Bangalore, and also he is the advisor to the Cabinet Andhra Pradesh. So such eminent scientist is going to speak to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'll do one. So good afternoon, all of you. So my talk is for half an hour. So I would like to stick to that and maybe make it a little more shorter. So I have put some slides here, but slides are only indicators, not for you to go through or read, listen to what I speak. The topic given to me is impact of global space missions in fostering an innovation ecosystem. In the context of what is happening in the space sector in the recent times, not limited to India alone, but as a global space ecosystem, I would like to take the current trends in this and how this is shaping up in the world in terms of the work that is being done everywhere, and how it is impacting us as well in terms of the programs and projects that we are making. So let me analyze it from the context of that larger picture that is emerging in the space ecosystem in the current trends everywhere. To put in a pictorial way and bring out three important points out of it. So you can see here the space sector is being shaped by some of the work done in US specifically because of the large-scale launches that are taking place in numbers. Ever in the history, this many launches have never taken place per year, if you look at the first time so many launches are taking place. And never in the history that thousands of satellites have ever been launched to space, and recently there is a filing of approval for almost 1 million new satellites by one company of the world. So look at the type of directions that it is moving. And you can see now the internet is being moved from terrestrial support system to a constellation-based delivery from space. We are also seeing that the idea of colonizing other planets are being mooted, though how far it is going to go to Mars or to Moon are still under discussion. Human spaceflight and opportunities for building human spaceflight is happening everywhere. There are many people, not just in government, but in private, working very vigorously. Not just one player, many more players. The three important points we want to bring out is the importance of space in strategic sector is now felt more powerful than ever, especially through the fusion of communication, observation, navigation, and many other services that are coming. And we also realize space is inherently a catalyst for advancing innovation, economic growth, and global collaboration, more for scientific thoughts, because scientific activities in the world really took inspiration from work in space, because you understand space, the universe much better through the work in space sector, observatories, analysis, physics, everything grew because of the capability in space. And then it also has an element of contributing to the economy, because we talk about a 1 trillion economy. It's not a huge money still. It has a catalytic effect. I think that is something which is very important to understand. So if you look at this sector, this is the importance of this sector in many ways. So every nation looks at space not just as a commercial activity, it is a strategic activity. It continues to remain as a strategic activity. But beyond the strategic activity, now nations look at it in terms of scaling to make a commercial business impact in every sector. So that's how it is shaping up. So if you specifically look at some of these pointers world over, You can see communication is moving from earlier geosynchronous satellite and fierce competition in placing geosynchronous satellite slots, frequency management, etc. is now slowly withering away. There are not many geosynchronous satellite launches itself not taking place. Many of the companies who used to build big satellites for geo-based services are actually moving out of the segment and finding it difficult to survive their business. I think this is a very important observation. And constellation of small satellites are emerging with the commercial electronics. It is very important. So building satellites in small size and in large numbers with the disposable satellites, you don't worry about its life. No longer. Like you used to build 10-year life satellites. Today, that's not a point of concern. If it works for 1 year, it is good enough because the investment is small, their cost is small. And space observation in terms of analytics, it is more important is not to take the picture, not to worry about the resolution, spectral quality. No, if you can use an AI and then generate some meaning out of it, that is more important than all of that. Then similarly, you see the space-based services in terms of collection at scale. How do you really make business out of it in terms of strategic surveillance, safety, IoT, agriculture, drones? How do you really operate in large scale and generate some revenue out of the data collection as a platform you use it? Similarly, feed into AI. Now you are talking about data centers in space because power is limiting on Earth. So use solar power and generate data centers in space. Of course, interplanetary travel and human space flight is increasing. Proposals or collaborations happening in private companies, but some of them are in proposal, not moving forward than what the speed as we expect. But inherently, there is another idea which is happening is using space technology as a method to transport human. For example, use it for transport across continents at a faster speed than ever possible in space aircrafts. But how far it is going to happen, it's a question we need to look at it, and whether the geopolitics, the technology, certification, etc. will enable you to do that. In terms of manufacturing, I see a very important impact in additive manufacturing. It has impacted space compared to any other sector, I can tell you that, because compared to aircraft domain, space domain is very easily adaptable for additive manufacturing. So people talk about additive manufacturing in a big way in space. And another very important point is space is supposed to be a very long duration, lot of investment, time. Now that is not being discussed. How do you really do it fast? Concept to reality must be very, very fast as a rule. I think these are some of the indicators that are happening there. So I put it in a different manner pictorially into specifically in terms of satellites. They could be a little repetition. Like advanced satellites in terms, we are more smaller, more autonomous, more short life, commercial electronics, multifunctional. I think these are characteristic of satellites. Also AI, data centers, services, space observation, robotics become inherent part of every space system. Constellations are there everywhere. And we are looking at EO, signal, PNT, data centers. Everything is constellation. Never a single satellite is not an idea at all. Even for signal collection, even for PNT or for data centers, we are talking about only constellation of satellites, not as big satellites, single one doing the function. Similarly, you look at IoT, civilian, disaster, or the regular civilian application of space continues to be one area where governmental function, governmental support is continuing to be there. We are also seeing space tourism picking up, but waning and picking, it's not really very stable today. Interplanetary exploration, still a lot of funding is happening in government funding. You can see, I will explain about it. Still the study of universe, science becomes an important topic for many nations to fund. Recently, NASA cut their funds substantially, but you see their MPs, the equivalent of them, they restored it back to 27 billion USDs because their nation wants that area to thrive because the political system is not supporting it. So there is a public demand to work in science, in space. You can also see there is a space situational awareness, space traffic management, kinetic activities and energetic activities. Space is increasing. There are a lot of things happening behind the screens, not visible to you. So now, another important point that you need to understand in this sector where innovation becomes important is the shortage of launch vehicle supply. So if somebody building a satellite and want to launch, there are no rockets available everywhere. You look at, it's not there in plenty. But then nobody is actually building it in numbers. The only person who is having plenty is only in US. There is no one else actually having. And it's also not really there in numbers. You look at many other operators across the world, you don't actually see an ability to launch in short notice. Getting a launch contract is tough today. Reusable launch vehicles are there for everyone, but everyone wants to build it, but nobody is succeeding it. There are not many people who are yet succeeded in building reusable rockets. There is only one person. Europe is not having it, China not having it, Russia not having it, India also not having. Japan also not working on it at all. So if you really look at reusabilities, where is it? Then strategic I mentioned, high resolution edge I mentioned, commercial off-the-shelf electronics. It's because this is very, very important, because in space we believe that if you want to go to space, you must have rod-hard components, high reliability devices, then only you can actually build space. No, it's no longer. I think people are building complex space systems with commercial mobile phone components. And let them fail. And you handle the failure using redundancies, software techniques, or some smaller level mitigation measures. So you can actually build it very, very fast using the components which are more advanced, which are just recently released, and it is low cost. You can actually play with it. That's why young people are very keen to work in space now. Space debris, space data services, robotic IoT, optical, inter-satellite, quantum are becoming important. Cloud-based services, user-friendly apps, fast delivery, which I already mentioned. In technologies, I don't want to repeat that. There is again high throughput becomes a point. Earlier they used to have low data rate. Now low data rate is of no use to satellites. You need to have streaming videos, high data rate communication capabilities. Without that, the satellite is of no use. PNT services. You know, GPS has been the traditional PNT. Now there are new architectures coming. How can you really provide PNT services without using atomic clocks or even the architecture which is currently there in GPS? It's seriously being discussed. And how do you really integrate GPS services based on satellites which are already up there, including EO and communication satellite can also provide signals, and you can make the timing signals much more better using the ground-based system. So you don't actually need a GPS constellation. Can you solve the problem using alternate technologies? So this is a serious discussion. Similarly, surveillance becomes an important area, and multi-layered, of course, exploration. So in the softwares, in the communication satellite side, there are a lot of technologies emerging, especially in shifting frequencies of operation, because the whole spectra is getting crowded. Allocating a frequency for a communication purpose is becoming difficult, so people want to move over to QV and W bands, as well as optical communication technologies becomes important. And a lot of work is being done in the domain of optical communication, where the inter-satellite communication technologies are already well established. But satellite to ground in terms of optical, establishing optical ground stations, still not really matured into very operational systems. Quantum is also emerging. In terms of space application, you can see connectivity is established through space. I think space become an integral part of the connectivity, because if you want to really work on data collection, processing, AI, geospatial network, surveillance, and communication network all together. Of course, you have terrestrial networks, but space becomes an integral part of the whole of network. So it becomes agnostic to which is the mechanism you use to collect all this data. So if you have to really make a very good application domain today, then space become an integral part of it, whether you have other schemes of things around. In imaging, I think this becomes important, especially for strategic sector. You just cannot have one layer of imaging satellites. Say, put them at 500 kilometers and start imaging Earth. It's not really going to work. You need multi-layered constellations. Some of them should sit in GEO, some of them should sit in MEO, and some lit in LEO, and some very low orbit, so that you can actually handle demand-based imaging. You can get a synoptic view. You can actually get a very focused attention at some place where it is needed. So such a layer is mandatory for national security, global surveillance, especially for powerful people. I think this is, again, very important aspect of how you build geospatial intelligence. Also look at strategic sectors. You see there are many, many things emerging. For example, earlier you used to have missile warning using ground-based radar networks. Now we don't need them. We can handle it using space-based services. Can you track missiles and then the thermal signatures through a chain of satellites, not just one, because satellites can't see it for long duration. They can see it only for short duration. But then second satellite change over, third satellite take over, and you can actually track the entire missile and predict its orbit trajectories and impact location using space-based services. So you can get rid of much of the ground-based infrastructure and handle it very well. Similarly, you look at jamming, spoofing, and other activities which are related to space architecture, and and how do you develop technologies and strengthen this, including kinetic solutions. Space domain awareness is a corollary of early warning system because it has to do similar approaches, but then it has to do more with the activities in space. Somebody is surveilling your satellite, somebody is coming very close to your satellite to cause harm at some point in time. How do you really look at how they don't collide? Because when you have 20,000 odd satellites in space, you need to worry about them. So that becomes one area. How to observe the vast ocean becomes another big area for space, because you can't actually have terrestrial observatories to look at space, ocean. So only way is to use space and to have large number of satellites to have a reasonable clarity on observing ship traffic and other illegal activities, including ability to look at subsurface behaviors in sea. So these are all very important domains of emerging in space technology, but all of them have not richly matured in terms of operations everywhere, but some people do have. In India, we have been looking at how to increase investment in space through governmental programs. I think this is also very important. Unless the governments fund space, the private side cannot actually survive. I think this is a very important aspect I think all of us realize. Unless there must be a sufficient amount of governmental programs existing for R&D, public sector funding should exist for supporting this activity, then private will find a space for them to survive in that amidst that ecosystem. That's why very clearly visible when government said that we are going to work on a moon mission program, we are going to build space stations, building bigger rockets, etc. I think the message is very clear that there is a share of money coming from government, while private also is supposed to build space capability in this country in substantial way. So that is a message from such a vision and plan that has been already outlined. Equally important is look at exploration as a focus area. I think when India was looking at space, we never looked at exploration as a key area of work, because we said that the space is for common man, serving society, serving the issues, problems of people, everything. I think that focus continues to remain valid, but still the point of exploration continues to remain as a good funded program, because looking at moon, looking at Venus, Mars, going for landing in some place, etc. Does it bring any financial benefit? Does it become economic activity in this country? Immediately looking at, you don't see them. But then what it actually helps in terms of our country is to bring technological capabilities, better systems, miniaturization, autonomy, developing the talent pool in the country. I think all of this actually it helps with this smaller investment. I think this is very key aspect of it, and exploration continue to get a required focus and thrust in the recent times. I think this is something that is really going to help us as far as the sector is concerned. It also helps to develop science pool in the country in terms of planetary observation, solar physics, looking at exosolar planets, understanding universe. I think we need those sectors also to grow. Unless you invest certain amount of money in space, I think that sector is also not going to grow. So you need to ensure there is an innovation happening, not just in commercial space, but also in science space, to keep the critical mass of people spending their time and effort in those sectors. It is true in globally also. If you really analyze global space partners, you will see it is true in other nations. There are equally good value funding in US, Europe, Germany, France, and many other places, Japan, China, to continue to work on science-focused themes and then invest a certain amount of money in all of them. This keeps that domain very, very active and thriving, which actually feed into the commercial sectors and creating the right type of talent. So I would like to tell you that it is very, very important for any nations to focus on science activity. And if you cannot just ignore and move to only a commercial space, I think that will not keep that sector grow. Reusability continue to be a major topic everywhere, but success is not forthcoming for many people. I think this is a very serious issue. Unless you have real reusable rockets in numbers, this sector is going to stagnate over some period of time, because it cannot become a monopoly today. I mentioned that the space launching is still a monopoly because some people are able to do that much faster. There is a lot of discontent in the space sector because it is being too much of a monopoly. For example, looking at continents, they feel that they are being isolated because the reusability complexity of that is still not solved. I have been looking at even startup companies in India who are aspiring to build reusable rockets, at least 2 of them, now ready to build, and they have all the designs ready. But will they ever complete it? How they will really reach the success, including ISRO, is a huge challenge. because the technology associated reusability is not easy to master, though it looks very simple when really landing, but its sensors, throttling of the engines, the aerodynamics that are associated with the return, the sensor fusion of the data, I think they have to go through some failures and success to reach that level. I hope this really grow, and ISRO also has declared a strategy plan to reach reusability soon. Equally important is to develop propulsion capabilities in other domains than the conventional. Interesting thing in space is whatever we developed during 1960s continue to be the same even today. I think this is an interesting part of space. The technology has not really moved from 1960 to 2025. The propulsion, solid propulsion, liquid propulsion, cryogenic propulsion, semi-cryogenic propulsion, just the same. There is no change. The only thing is sometimes in the manufacturing capabilities, miniaturization, analysis, cycle time, maybe a little improvement has happened. But the best of the engines were made in 1960s. Even today, maybe a little incremental improvement would have happened. No drastic change has not happened. I think this is a major issue. How do you really bring in new and drastic technology in space which can actually change the way we look at space, including nuclear propulsion, hybrid, and new fuel combinations which will change the way it is. But then issues related to reliability, long development time, investment actually prevent this happening. I think this is a serious problem, but real innovation, propulsion is the one which I will say long-term space travel. If you were to really travel to another exosolar planet and get a colonization, I think you need something of that age. You only see publications, but not really hardwares of that nature. Additive manufacturing is a major area which is actually revolutionizing the way space is looking at engines, components, everything is manufactured in additive, powder, laser, name the technology, they are being used. But then space hardwares are very complex in nature. You need multi-material manufacturing, functional graded materials, complex manufacturing processes which are very low margins. So the knowledge and skill in this domain has to increase in the sector. Today, still the products are made, but its understanding of the product is actually low. For example, characterization of materials, defects, reliability over long periods of time is still an issue in additive manufacturing, but people are into it. I can see a lot of engines getting tested, most in private and public, to get into additive manufacturing. Recently, the big players are also getting into additive manufacturing. So is the case with ISRO and many other organizations across the world. So we look at additive manufacturing as a very focused area in space, which has a very easy way to adapt into the system, because unlike aircrafts, it has a better way to certify and then adapt into space rather than aircraft systems. Domain awareness is becoming a big business area because most of the operators in satellites don't have the capability to observe their satellite and predict collisions and conjunctions. So many people are coming to this sector to give services, analytic services, observational services. And I could see there are many private players setting up their telescopes everywhere, looking at and creating the two-line elements data, propagation softwares, etc., to help this sector to grow. It's becoming a new, an Indian company is also working in this sector to look at space-based domain awareness. Small satellite constellation is easily one many companies can actually adopt it in India. I could see about 5-6 companies working on small satellites, and all of them are really doing very well. The interesting part is they are not working on developing everything. It is like becoming slowly like an automobile manufacturing ecosystem, small satellites. You can assemble parts from various vendors and engineer a satellite, new one. So this is an interesting area. You don't have to develop everything. There are people to help you to build satellites. So a satellite company can start without much of knowledge in that domain. You can actually assemble people, assemble parts, and then build satellites. So it's a great thing to happen. And this is an interesting area where a lot of applications can actually develop, and India has a great possibility in building small satellites in large numbers. Again, the domain of fusion of communication, Earth observation, PNT. I mentioned it in some way, but I am a little elaborating, saying that this fusion is so crucial if you are to make cyber physical systems, governance, making our life better through satellite system. I think you cannot just have EO satellite, just have a communication satellite, just have a PNT satellites isolated to do this service. So the time has come that governments understand that these are very important for citizen-centric applications like smart cities, traffic management, drone management. I think these sectors will have to look at it very seriously to create business cases. In the satellite subsystem supply chain is another interesting manufacturing business area. If a company is interested to build this, I think they have a great opportunity in India today, because there are no one who is making a camera system for satellites in India. Every camera that is flying in satellites are actually imported. There are nobody doing it in India. Actually, you look at the entire ecosystem, there are not many players who is actually building optical payloads and cameras for satellites. It is true in case of radars, it is true for solar panels, propulsion system, inertial sensors, gyros, composite structures, thermal control, and many, many other suppliers. I think there is a huge innovation ecosystem emerging here. I could see a lot of companies are working on these component levels and how to build them at low cost, affordable in numbers. I think it's a great area. But the challenges are electronics. Still, as far as India is concerned, we do not have ability to produce the chips and devices in India. I think that change is happening. I'm very happy to see that recently a 2-micron wafer being shown by our minister is a great prospect. I think we'll see how it takes on the days to come. AI and domain in space is slowly coming up. AI is, I talked about edge computing and space-based observation, data identification, but it's actually spreading into many other domains. Robotics, autonomous satellite, it's actually so much very valid. Space traffic management is also becoming autonomous now. You don't have to even have ground interventions to handle. Humanoid droids, voice-based controls, digital twins. I think everybody talks, but nothing much is done really in space in terms of the companies who are working here. All of these are really becoming good domains where companies can actually work and deliver for space-based applications. Robotics, automation, and in-orbit services is also emerging. At least I have seen at least 2 companies in India just started in this domain who are looking at surveying, refueling satellites, active debris removal, and deorbiting services. I think this is a great domain, slowly emerging because of the number of satellites going to go to space is actually increasing substantially in the coming years. And possibly this will become one good business case where new ideas and innovation can actually trigger, because when the number of vehicles increase, the traffic management also has to become better. So that's a trigger for better designs and options in this sector. Software-defined system, optical communication, quantum key distribution is again a new area in space. I think QKD, ground-based devices and systems have already come. Optical communication I already mentioned. Software-defined systems are also key in space because you do not have an ability to work in a fixed frequency, bandwidth, etc. You need a changing domain, especially in terms of the frequency reuse, the bandwidth change dynamically, region where it is transmitted also has to change dynamically. So everything has to be controlled software-wise. Hence, such satellites are in demand. Even the communication satellites must become a software-defined satellites. Fixed frequency and bandwidth and spread is not adequate for current satellites. So this becomes an important domain to work. There are no satellites of software-defined today in India. None of them have been launched till now. So this is some domain that we need to spread. And in the globally also, you don't see many software-defined communication satellites yet. Propulsion is also key because electric propulsion becomes important for most of the small satellites. Domain is electric propulsion driven. I'm very happy to say in India, at least there are 2-3 companies working seriously in electric propulsion. Some of them have already successfully made their devices, thrusters, electronics, high-efficient systems, and looking forward to commercial implementation in operational satellites. So at least that sector has already developed. But this is a good area where a lot of innovation in terms of material science, plasma dynamics, and electronics, power electronics will really thrive. Similarly, use of hydrogen is also a very interesting domain in space. But the domain challenges are in terms of material technology, physics-based understanding, diagnostic tool, testing equipments and facilities. They are all short supply. So there is a need to look at all of them. So let me conclude saying that the domain of space in terms of globally is emerging very, very significantly, driving innovation possibilities in many, many sectors. The traditional approach in space is changing dramatically, as I have already mentioned. So we have key requirement today are reusability, where the semi-cryogenic becomes an important part, reusable engines in terms of getting it done, developing and making it becomes very important. Whoever is able to build a good engine today has the market now, so the engine is the key. So in India also reusable engines still not come, where deep throttling is a requirement for such engines. Space grade, radiation hardened, space upscreened or microelectronics and detectors becoming an important area. So here whoever is willing to put up fab of this nature, not in large numbers, but at least key example is the cameras have detectors at the backside. these detectors are not manufactured and they are not available in the market if you really want to do some good camera. Similarly, softwares which are required, developing a software is happening at so many places. I think we also need to integrate software development so that the time of developing software, can it be handled by some companies? How do you really develop a company who will actually do space-based software development as a service? I think we should look at it. Many companies are struggling to develop software. You can't hire too many people. Similarly, optical systems, camera assemblies, radars, and their production is actually at the crossroads in terms of numbers and size. Propulsion, very difficult one because there are not many people actually succeeding in propulsion development, and we need a lot of industry support, hand-holding from proven PSUs in the country to help people to develop propulsion and then grow. Materials, metallic, non-metallic, plastics, and ceramics, and many others. Those, they have been done in PSUs and some in private sectors. Their entire IP in terms of developing and using it for the larger segment is still not available. So using digital tools to speed up the whole process. I said that you need to speed up the whole process. How do you really develop metting, modeling, and simulation ecosystem? Though there are a lot of things being brought into your midst, but they are really useful for what we are looking at is, and whether there are enough people to understand and use them is also a huge challenge. So let me stop here talking about the very large scale expansion of space and the opportunity that are presented in front of us in terms of looking at this business sector, possibilities of innovation in all these sectors, and seeing those energies in the young people who are working in various domains, because I have been going around and interacting with a lot of startup companies in this sector and able to see the work that they are doing. There are huge challenges there, but there is a huge opportunities equally there. So it's really an interesting time to see how you really cope up with the understanding that we have about the global space ecosystem and adapt to this and understand this and work both from policy side and government, also from the investors and public and the tech and entrepreneurial spirit that is available. So with that, let me thank you so much, and maybe if time permits, ask some questions if you have.
Sir, you said there is a drastic change coming from the single satellite to the constellation. What is the direct, I mean, why it's happening? What's the benefits going to?
From what to constellation?
You said it's now a smaller satellite. Constellations concept is coming up rather than the...
Because space is global. So when you have a local satellite, suppose you put a geosynchronous satellite for communication, it serves only one region. It doesn't serve the global system. So when you put a constellation, the advantage is that you can communicate across the global system. You can send an internet communication across that channel. You can provide internet to, while you are in flight, you in sea, in deep sea, or ship, you are in forest, it doesn't really matter. So the business opportunity in putting it up become global, so one nation cannot do. It has to be a global business ecosystem, only can work on constellations. So this is one. Second aspect is use something called repetitivity. For anything that you do, it can be done now faster. With constellation only, you can do a high level of repetitivity. For example, if you look here, observe, you can do it in every 15 minutes, half an hour, only if you have a constellation. You cannot do with a single satellites. That's the whole issue.
Yeah, that was my question related to the first. You said constellation has to be multi countries doing it in a collaborative way. But in the current...
No, it can be done by one businessman who know how to run the business globally.
That's right.
Thank you, sir, for a very nice presentation. I was Joint Secretary Border Management. So with your predecessor, Mr. Kiran Kumar, used to interact quite a lot, and I drafted a report to induct space technology in border management. We had a problem that I couldn't monitor all the borders, specifically say one country's border 24/7. And satellite will come after a few months or maybe a few weeks, and then only we can do. And we had drawn a plan, but then it didn't take shape. So what is the hope in the future, how fast we can do it? Another thing that I found that the paramilitary forces were buying imageries from foreign satellite owners, so which is still continuing. So I constituted the IITs, that is the imagery interpretation team, because I also dealt with MI in MOD when I was there. So this kind of thing, because everybody is banking on ISRO there, because there is nobody else. I used to always look at ISRO.
Let me answer this.
Yes, sir.
The first thing is, this issue is well brought out, and the government has already approved a program to solve that problem. Already funding has been allocated and building of the system is happening. Point number one. So you'll be able to see the borders with a very high repeativity now. Once it will spend some time, maybe 5 years down the line, that capacity will come, because building and launching the satellites is a time consuming. But at least projects have been approved, numbers have been allocated. Second aspect is, buying images from somebody is not a crime. You can buy until you have a capacity. See, today you have a capacity limitation. Your imaging capacity today is not very high. See, you have hardly 3 radar satellites. You have only 8 or 9 Earth observation satellites. With that, you cannot actually see every place in every half an hour. So if you have to see some place in half an hour, you need to buy a global satellite data. Nothing wrong. So buy it until you develop your full ecosystem. So that is a policy, very, very straightforward. Until you have it, you need to buy. That's it. I'm not going to go into detail because of the critical nature of the information. I can't explain everything. So let me. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you for your time with us, sir, and for engaging the audience. I'm delighted to invite Mr. Roberto Mori, former Director, Operations and Special Projects, Tenevo, and former President IPMA, for the keynote speech on sustainable solutions for the mining and metals industry PM perspective. At this juncture, I would like to call upon Dr. Pillai. Please, sir. Would you like a laptop? I would like to call upon Dr. Pillai to facilitate Dr. S. Somanath.
Namaste. Dear President Dr. Pillai, distinguished guests, delegates, and IPMA friends, thank you. Good evening. I am from Italy, and I have been involved for a number of years with IPMA, and it's my real pleasure, honor, and privilege being here because my professional career has seen a particular link with India. I go back to the early 80s where I was having professional relationships with Dastur's Engineering, the company in Kolkata, and for a very big project in the iron and steel field. And I was learning probably most of what I have been learning so far in that project, thanks also to the relationship with Dastur's Engineering. And second, it has been a real pleasure and privilege being a teammate, a colleague of Dr. Pillai when years ago we were members of the same executive board of IPMA. Now going to the theme of this presentation, it has been a long day, and therefore I hope not to bother you anymore and to stay on time. We are dealing about projects in the iron and steel arena. These are some of the projects that I have been involved with and have been managing over 50 plus years of my career. And these are projects that have been carried out within and by an international group. Techint is one of the major world leaders in the area, and is present all over the world, in all the continents, with these values, out of which I would like to underline the last one, the community, because it is a real must in the company, in the group, to establish connections with the communities where we are going to implement and to realize industrial plants of whatever kind. Because the projects are to be an integral part of the communities where they are going to be implemented. This is the group, the figures of the group: 36 plus million revenues, 75,000 permanent employees that become 90,000 with the temporary ones. There are 6 brands. The most important from the point of view of the revenues are Ternium and Tenaris, that produce flat products and steel pipes, high quality for oil industry steel pipes. Tenaris is the #1 producer and exporter in the world for these top quality pipes. And the smaller in the group, but of course not from the point of view of the importance, is Tenova, the company we are talking about and within which I have spent most of the time of my career. What Tenova does? Tenova is in 18 countries, 36 locations. You may see that we have a branch here in Chennai as well for the mining industry. And we are dealing with a number of technology. Tenova is one of the most important world players for this kind of plants and equipment in the iron and steel, in the hydrometallurgy, in the grinding and texturing, in the aluminum area, both upstream and downstream, pyrometallurgy, and port equipment and material handling. About steel production, you know that there are 2 main conceptual processes. One is through the blast furnace, if you have to produce first cast iron and after steel. And the other one, the upper part of the slide, is with electrical furnaces. That is the now most efficient and the less environmental impacting process to get liquid steel. Tenova is concentrated in all its equipment and processes and know-how and technologies with the last route, the one through the electrical furnaces. These are some figures about the number of equipment and the number of plants we have been realizing in the last decades all over the world, in all the continents. Another sector of Tenova, the second one, is about mining, the open heart mines, and the related equipment that is needed for those, mining systems, bulk material handling, mineral processing equipment, air environmental and specialized equipment, and of course services and components. These are just an overall view of all the type of plant and equipment that fall under these two main technology brands, Takraf and Delcor. Again, this is one of the two main world leaders in the area. In Tenova, all these plants, of course, are aimed at reducing the costs for our customers, installation and investment costs, and operation costs. Save energy, of course, limit the environmental impact. We have so many times heard today about sustainability, and of course, improve the working conditions of the people working on these plants. And the core pillars that are dealing and leading our activities are sustainability, innovation, reliability, and safety for the people. Reliability of equipment, reliability of operations, and of course, reliability of people. We are so keen to pursue the sustainability aspect that it has been created a kind of neologism, sustainability, playing with the word Tenova, and it has been created a new web platform in order to exchange ideas, experiences, suggestions to improve all the sustainability aspects that are related with this kind of projects. Which are the type of projects that are carried on in the company? Here I will stay a bit more, allow me to stay a bit more on this slide, because here are summarized the key aspects of these industrial projects. Of course, each plant is unique. Their size is quite significant in terms of amount of materials and, of course, in economic terms, and requires a huge investment. Sometimes the investments are so high that they require some governmental support. There is a long implementation time in the order of years, and organizational and logistic complexity. But when we arrive at the time of construction and installation, the local market contribution is becoming predominant. There are contributors from all geographical areas in the world, and the contractual complexity and the financial complexity is becoming more and more demanding over the years. Financial complexity, if we exclude the very few countries that are rich by their own, all these projects are financed by bank lenders, sometimes by the states themselves. And there are along the way, the route for their implementation, difficulties and risks of many kinds. Logistics, different languages, different cultures, procedures, climate, and sometimes we are going to face ourselves in front of criminal organizations. This happened to me a couple of times, and of course I'm not an exception in that. And therefore, just by reading this list, it appears that in spite of all the tools, methodologies that we might have dealing with this project, the first point, the first need is, the first mandatory need is, of course, a good project management and a good organizational competence, not only of the project manager, but all the project management team members who are taking decisions of a certain importance. The type of projects, from the contractual point of view, can be limited to providing engineering only, or engineering supply and supervision, or engineering and procurement, that means also purchasing of all the pieces of equipment. And when it comes to contract where also the construction phase is included, we are falling under the so-called EPC category, engineering, procurement, and construction. Or EPC with the management of the construction, or the supervision of the construction. The most demanding in particular is the turnkey, the lump sum turnkey project, that is the project for which the contractor, like Tenova, is to provide everything to the end customer, from engineering to the construction, erection, and startup, giving the key to the client in order that for the key they start the commercial production. And of course, by also this simple definition, it is clear how demanding could be such a type of contract. Just to give an idea of the type of projects, when we compare the project complexity with the economic amount of the project, and of course talking about the average of this kind, excluding the very big ones, the electrical furnaces and ladle furnaces projects, that means all those dealing with the liquid steel production, fall in this area. Those that impact on the environment, technologies, are generally of a stricter layer from the economic point of view. And smelting furnaces are in the top side, where the yellow one is the direct reduction plant that are quite important from an economic point of view, because they require investment in the order of hundreds of millions of dollars or euros. Direct reduction plant is a plant that produces direct reduced iron. That means iron that gets metallized close to 100%, and therefore this is the reason why it does not need to go through the cast iron process to get it. And of course, considering that we put in the furnace a kind of material that is almost 100% metallized, this means that also the pollution linked to the separation of the remaining pollutants of the steel will be quite less, and therefore we will have more efficiency and less impact on the environment. And of course, the big projects are those that generally require a kind of turnkey contract. Project organization, you know very well, is when we are dealing with the project of not much size. It is the functional organization that is taken care by them. The large majority of them is the matrix organization that, as we know, is almost common and popular in all the business sectors. And of course, for the big ones, we go through the task force type. The project life cycle is the same as we are dealing with in all our projects, irrespective of the business sector we are working in. Conception initiation, definition planning, launch execution, performance control, project close, with the related documents and outputs that are required in the phase. So this is something that is quite common for all of us when we act as project managers. in these projects, it is of utmost importance for the team, for the project manager, to aim at achieving those two acronyms, PAC and FAC, Provisional Acceptance Certificate and Final Acceptance Certificate, that in this project are the most important documents. The first one means that we have completed the project and we start production, and therefore we get a provisional acceptance certificate to the plant or to the equipment from the end customer. But of course, nobody can ensure that even if today we start the production, some defect could not be there, preventing the plant from operating in the next days or weeks or months. And therefore, we have to ensure a guarantee period after the end of which, if the plant will be in good and safe condition again, we will get the final acceptance certificate that will mean we close the file for that project. The project is completed forever. The stakeholders are the same as in all our contracts, the internal and the external ones. Of course, for a project of this type and these sizes, there are a number of, when we go to the industrial plants, not only to the individual pieces of equipment, we have so many stakeholders. We have suppliers, sub-suppliers, subcontractors in the order of hundreds, and these are spread all over the world. And therefore, the stakeholder management is becoming quite demanding. But the most important and the vital one, the stakeholder management, is related to the relationship with the end customer. The customer with whom we have signed a contract that gives to the company and to the project manager the overall responsibility for all the contributors to that contract. In other words, when I have to provide an industrial plant to an end customer, I get on my shoulders, I mean on the shoulders of our company, all the responsibility from all the contributors that are providing materials, technologies, let's say wide risk analysis, just dealing with the type of risk related to the type of contract. And of course, the more complex are the contracts, the higher overall risk level we have to face. And also, we have to change the column on the right, the type of organization that is required. As contracts, we can have an engineer and supply contract directly with the end user, or we might have an intermediate EPC contractor between us and the end customer. We could have an EPC contractor or a turnkey contract, an engineering and supply contract with the end customer, where for the construction there will be a separate construction contract assigned by the client. Or we might be part of a contract from what we know very well. And going to the last point, following the request from Dr. Pillai to touch on this aspect, which have been the impact of the digital technologies for these projects. In Tenova, we have a number of platforms, some of them taken from the market, but one, the supplier portal, that has been defined and developed by the Tenova people themselves. And they allow us to follow all the aspects during the implementation of any of these type of projects. Meanwhile, we have a number of projects that are underway regarding the development of further systems or softwares, of tools. For instance, to number 4, to identify a uniform way to assess the manufacturing progress. When we have hundreds of suppliers all over the world from different countries, different cultures, we should have a uniform way to understand which is the real progress of their activities in terms of production. One is the Audit Manager platform that will deal with expediting and quality, logistics, quality, health, safety, security, and environment. And about logistics is becoming more and more, because of this fact that we have so many contributors from all over the world. This is of an important project, but typical of the ones that we are talking about, that was for a customer in northern Germany, in Europe, and you see in red all the countries, all the world areas where supplies, materials, equipment were coming from. So just for this view, we can understand how logistics could be important. Logistics means to take into account the purchasing, the inspection and testing, the packaging, the shipment, the warehousing, and the delivering to end. For this project, we used for the first time a system based on a QR code that applied to every single piece of material, of equipment, allowed us to have that material, that equipment, at the very place where it should be used during the construction and erection. During the pandemic, of course, even if it was at that time a point to develop, we were forced to accelerate the remote assistance. For the first time, we had the commissioning, that means the startup of the plant, putting it in the English that is not spoken by them, the Indian English, the Italian English, the German English. They are not English. And in any case, we have to be sure that there are not misunderstandings from the way we speak in a language that is not our mother. And therefore, we decided that it is necessary to have a repository for all the documents, all the important communication that is written in English, so that we cannot have misunderstanding from this respect. It might seem a minor aspect, but I can assure you that it is a really important one, based on the experience that we have made. About the AI applications, of course, they could be linked to the prediction, the forecasting, the process optimization, the predictive maintenance, and the anomaly detection, and our people, research people, are working on those. But always with a clear target, what we want to achieve and how we want to reach there. Should be a business target. First of all, should look for the value. The target should be again written and agreed by all the concerned in order to avoid any possible misunderstanding. And as we have already seen, heard today by some of the distinguished speakers that alternated in this place, artificial intelligence is not a magic and is not for every problem. And therefore, we have to deal carefully with that. We wanted to achieve with that. And of course, but this is a normal way of doing as we are doing in our project to track the changes. We have digital packages developed for instance, heating furnaces. You may have seen from the figures that I showed before. We have been supplied more than 1,000 industrial furnaces in the world, and we have 4 packages, one dealing with combustion, one with the refractory, one with emissions, and the last one with the handling of the materials entering, moving inside, and getting out of the furnaces. And of course, as also we have seen before, in a couple of times, we have digital twins for these pieces of equipment. Last, future impact on project management, our real daily activity and effort. Of course, it could still and could in future regard of course, the impact on project management, on procurement, on engineering, apart from all the other aspects during manufacturing that we have seen also in other presentations. For instance, we could achieve a contractual and risk analysis starting from the documents and from the Tenova risk standard. Or we might arrive at the planning document like WBS, like deliverables list, starting from the contractual scope of work and the contractual schedule. Or we might have a claim management, starting again from the contractual documents and from the history and the documents that highlight the history of the project. And at the end, the knowledge management with all the lessons learned by the people, by the team during that specific project that would be available for all the company members who did not take part to that project. The future evolution for the project of this size could regard the documents management, the project review reports, the predictive analysis when we are in a situation when we see that we are going delayed or we are going to spend more, and what and how to behave in order to recover those overruns. Forecasting of delay because the delay materialize in order to anticipate the possibility to prevent them. The engineering progress, suppliers rating and collaboration, communications analysis, written communication analysis that would be a quite vital point in case of disputes with our stakeholders, client, sub-suppliers, suppliers. And automatic alerts as soon as any possible risk point is appearing. Again, as last consideration, I would say that all these AI improvements and developments could be tools facilitating the life of we project managers. But at least for the time being, it is not in the horizon the possibility that some AI tool could take the decision-making process of a project manager, or the possibility of dealing with people, the people management that is one of the competencies that, as you know, are in the IPMA standard. Dhanyavad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mori. As a token of our love and gratitude, I would like to call Dr. S. Somanath, and Mr. Mori is already here with us. Please accept a small token of appreciation from our end. Dr. Pillai, kindly felicitate both our keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a long, tiring day. As we come to the end of the technical sessions for day one, we witnessed how from academia to industry to execution, this forum has demonstrated the unifying power of project management. Let this endure for tomorrow. We will meet again, but before that, we'd like to invite you to the gala dinner. We are closing now at yes, 5:45. Let's meet Dr. Pillai. What time shall I? Probably 6:45 p.m. at the beach lawn. So we have some nice cultural events and more special awards awaiting this evening. So have a refreshing break for another 1 hour and we'll meet just before 7 at the beach lawn. Thank you, everyone. Would you like to say anything, sir?
Thank you to all of you for patiently listening to all the technical sessions. It was really interesting. So now we are going to entertain with a good cultural program in the beach, which will be followed by award function and dinner. All are requested to participate in the dinner.